Like, listen, Art, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been
Stanley. In his eyes, spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
you don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand American culture. It's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
But Reconstruction is a slightly, it's not a tentative step. It is one step forward and then one like
a really big step back. Several steps back.
A couple steps back.
Yeah.
And it's the amount of violence and it's like, it's almost a second Civil War.
What you see in the backlash to Reconstruction is the degree to which you never changed hearts and minds coming out of the Civil War.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. I am actually starting late. I made that decision because Trump is doing a primetime speech at 9 o'clock. And rather than show it tomorrow, I just decided, just start later and wait for him. I have a couple things that I will show in the meantime. I'm going to dispense with the news articles tonight. I have them, but I didn't even bring them up or tab them out or plan what I was going to talk about, mainly because I want to center around Donald Trump's speech. So this is Barack Obama and Malcolm Gladwell talking about Reconstruction and how it affects America today. And Reconstruction probably has affected modern America more than the actual founding did, mainly because of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which fundamentally changed American culture. In theory, it was supposed to make America a multiracial democracy, which didn't pan out. Wasn't until technically 1964 or so that America could make that claim. So, excuse me, I'm actually interested in what these two have to say. Barack Obama being a constitutional lawyer, trained as a constitutional lawyer. Gladwell, not so much. He's a journalist. Chuck, it's good to see you. Of course, dude, I consider you a friend. So we're both old and grizzled and tired, but friends nonetheless. So you're always welcome here. As a matter of fact, I'll rent you up.
One of the things that motivated this project was that people don't talk about Reconstruction is the great forgotten era in American history. And I'm still puzzled as to why.
Well, I don't think it's that puzzling. The mythology of America about us breaking away from the crown, declaring our independence. All men are created equal. Yeoman farmers, Walt Whitman. Right? There's a whole narrative about who we are as Americans. And there's this inconvenient fact, which is that all this happened at the same time as you had a economy in the South based on slavery, chattel slavery. And a bloody war was fought to, in part, end slavery, maintain the Union.
Let me just make a quick point here. Everyone, and I forgot the housekeeping stuff. Everyone, as you come in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to hear this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button, and you are free to leave comments on the replay. Support the show by supporting the host. Today is Thursday. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment towards the Saturday show. So feel free to do that. I actually, all that information is either going to be dropped into the chat or it's on the scroll at the bottom of the screen. I do have PayPal now. So if you got any spare Lira or Deutschmarks, Krugerrands, feel free. PayPal will do the exchange. Show ideas. They are always welcome and considered a contribution to the show. It is free to do so. I want to thank the executive producers, Speak Radio, Lupin Reiging, and CKJ3, as always. And I really need to also add Kimmy, Brooklyn Watson. I keep forgetting to do that. I consider her an executive producer. I'll add her at some point. She's a managing mod, by the way. She's the mod of mods. So I always forget, and I've been meaning to add her to the banner. So let's go ahead. And this is actually, Reconstruction to me is actually like super fascinating. I haven't read Eric Foner's book yet on Reconstruction, but I have read Black Reconstruction by Du Bois. It's a masterpiece of writing style and substance. He brought a lot of things to light that the Dunning School historians just avoided for obvious reasons. They painted a rosy picture of plantation life as, like a Southern idyll. Du Bois talks about how they bred slaves. That's a stark difference it's a contrast of how he wrote it versus the Dunning School folks. So Reconstruction is not taught very well, at least when I was in school. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and they weren't teaching, they were teaching the Dunning School version, as do most schools, I'd imagine. They just basically say slavery existed, but it wasn't that bad. If you ever go back and actually, outside of your high school or college history survey courses, slavery was bad. It was brutal. And, having a benign owner was the exception, not the rule. And that's what the Dunning School fails to point out.
And then there was a reconciliation between North and South that essentially reinstated or preserved a caste system and a hierarchy that the country didn't want to acknowledge until really the second civil rights movement and the upheavals of the 60s. And so it's not surprising that the narratives that emerged in school books or in Hollywood movies were not focused on this glaring contradiction to how America understood itself and how it wanted to present itself to the world and also to its kids.
Is there a moment when does real democracy begin in America? Is that a fair question?
Yeah, it is a fair question. I think it's important not to undersell the achievements of the American Revolution. The Declaration of Independence, a war against the crown, the establishment of principles embodied in the Bill of Rights, the notion of citizenship as opposed to you are a subject, the notion of representative government as opposed to some hereditary monarchy or aristocracy, the breakup of a feudal understanding of how societies are organized. That's a big deal. That's a seminal moment in human history. And the American Revolution helps to accomplish that. And so you have a pretty radical experiment from the start in terms of, is it possible for people to organize themselves and through some representative mechanism have a voice in their collective lives? But what is absolutely true is that it is a partial democracy. Mm-hmm. And it's not just because Black people are not recognized as part of we the people. Women are just sort of the people because they don't get a chance to vote. Initially, men without property are not considered part of the decision-making process. You have a chamber, the Senate, in which there's no popular vote. And so there are a whole range of elements to what we would now consider to be a true democracy that are missing from that initial experiment. What makes Reconstruction so significant is out of the ashes of this horrific Civil War, you amend the Constitution and you begin to rebuild and reorganize how democracy is supposed to function in ways that fill some of those holes, fill some of those gaps, start resolving some of those contradictions that were there from the very beginning. The reason Reconstruction is such a fascinating story is here's a moment, the first real moment since the founding, in which this idea of perfecting the Union is attempted in a fairly significant way. And it peters out. It doesn't get all the way there. But what it does is it leaves all these embers. It leaves all these ideas and possibilities and points in certain directions that then allow future generations to draw on and inspires others. And it gives us a sense of how this process of perfecting the Union, of creating a true democracy, is not this static project where, okay, we got the words on the page, now it's done, but is rather this continuous exercise.
Ongoing. It makes me think sometimes that our expectations are too high. Like I remember having a conversation with someone about segregation, about how the first generation and second generation results from integrating schools are disappointing. And there's one answer, which is to sort of wring your hands. The other answer is, well, why would you expect it to get better in 30 years? Why shouldn't we be asking these questions in 75 years? Like, these things take time, right? Maybe we should be interested in how the children and grandchildren of the people who first went to integrated schools, how they fare.
I think you are exactly right that there's a way to look at Reconstruction that is shocked and despairing.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, oh, look what happens. You have this moment in which America might have gotten it all right, and then suddenly it all went to hell. And from our vantage point, that is the way I obviously see it. That's how you feel it, right? The incapacity for people in the South, white people in the South, essentially to embrace this new possibility of a multiracial democracy. On the other hand, what we know of humans everywhere, what we know of human history, is that this idea that a group of people have been utterly defeated in a savage, bloody war, and their entire lives have been upended, and their conceptions of themselves and their status and their role in the world has been shattered. And the notion that they would suddenly go, oh, okay, and that this would be an easy process that you could complete in 10 or 15 or 20 years. Well, that defies everything we know about people.
Yeah.
And so what is remarkable to some degree when I look at Reconstruction is how radical the experiment was.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you had essentially a northern occupying army backed by radical Republicans in Congress who are willing to consistently override the racist sentiments of Johnson, the president, and push through legislation and constitutional amendments that offer the promise of citizenship and equal rights to people who just 3 or 4 or 5 years earlier were slaves, or if they were freedmen, according to the Supreme Court under Dred Scott, did not enjoy any rights that white people were bound to respect. You have the highest court in the land just a few years earlier saying black people in America have no rights that the courts or black or white people generally are bound to respect. And now suddenly you have a victorious union that is trying to impose on a big chunk of the population. We're entirely rewriting the rules of your relationship between a group of people, which, by the way, we think of as a minority with respect to the entire U.S. population, but in place.
Let me just butt in right quick just to let everybody know the reason I'm starting late is I want to cover Trump's speech at 9 p.m. So sorry for the late start, but I wasn't going to start at the normal time and stay up covering that speech. But I will post the link if anybody wants to come up as well. But that is the goal, Trump's speech.
Places like Mississippi and South Carolina were a majority.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout the South constituted 35, 40% of the population. And white folks are sitting there. They're aware how badly these people have been treated. They're aware of what they've done to them. They're harboring memories of the cruelties that have been perpetrated on these folks. And now suddenly they're seeing them in Congress and they're seeing them open up stores. And They're on the streets, and so in that sense, I actually always think of Reconstruction as, yes, a tragedy, but also a hopeful sign.
A necessary tragedy.
A necessary tragedy, and one that, of course, it wasn't finished. Of course, it wasn't completed. It was inevitable that there was going to be this massive backlash and a violent one, and that in turn, you'd then see an ongoing struggle that would continue for decades.
Is there a case to be made that the intensity and the regularity of the backlashes that we see in American politics is something distinctive to our political culture and social culture?
I would say that there's been a lack of a full reckoning in the United States that makes these issues come up again and again and again. And that some societies at least have done a better job in looking at their past and saying that did not work. And a national consensus is then built around, let's not do that again. As Du Bois said, the issue of the 20th century, he said at the time, was the color line. Turns out the issue of the 21st century is also the color line. It probably 22nd century, it may be. I don't know that I wouldn't say, though, that it's unique to the United States. I mean, if you think about the experience of Indian democracy, and
yeah, India's actually copied or mimicked a few things. Like there's affirmative action programs for Indian Muslims. And not just Indian Muslims, I think for other groups as well. If there's time after Trump's speech, Cellulite did a show today that I found astoundingly uninformed, uneducated. So many things these MAGA blacks get wrong. And just black content creators, at least within my little sphere, they're red pillish. So dude, these people could just be so much more effective if they fucking read a history book or a sociology book. And the problem is their audience is no better educated than they are. And I hate to sound cruel, but dude, it's just, oh my God. I was on RLM's show last night, and again, just Jesus Christ, dude. Like Leonard, these fuckers who were just uneducated. It was a shit show, but it didn't get too contentious. But man, that poor Leonard, dude, he's got some issues.
Yep. You have partition and millions are killed, and Muslims and Hindus in India are trying to figure out how to deal with this stuff. And now you have, a rise of Hindu nationalism and struggles around that, issues that once you thought were resolved in India. You look at Northern Ireland, the Good Friday agreements have held. But anytime you visit there, it's always interesting.
Hey, what's up, Unapologetic? No, I don't think MAGA blacks are unintelligent. I think they're uneducated. I don't even think they think education is necessary. That's kind of a hallmark of MAGA They don't like expert opinions. They think that they are experts just because they're the hoi polloi. So no. I'm not saying MAGA blacks are unintelligent. I'm saying they're uneducated. They're not curious about stuff, just like their leader, Donald Trump. He's not curious about shit. He thinks he knows everything, and many MAGA blacks think they know everything too. I don't know how many times I've heard MAGA blacks and soul bros, black conservatives, just like, hey, I know what I know. If I can't see it, it's not real. We think if I have an opinion as a MAGA black and everybody agrees with me, all of a sudden my opinion is fact. I don't know how many times I've just been frustrated with these people who think their opinion, their experience is some universal and they don't need data. How many times have I been up on a panel and I'm making some big picture point and they revert to, well, I never saw that. Well, fuck, who the fuck are you? Too many times, and it does get frustrating. These people don't want education. They're not curious people. They just think, hey, I'm good enough. And maybe they are, but they're not good enough to get up and fucking make large historical points because they just don't know much.
As a African American, to visit a place like Northern Ireland and you listen to the degree of segregation and continued bitterness, anger, suspicion between people that, to our eyes, look exactly the same. Right?
Yeah, they're living in an area the size of, it's
correct.
Like tiny.
Yes, but the now self-imposed segregation that remains is as powerful as anything we would see here, and it's hard to understand, right? Because it's not part of us.
There's a difference between, in that case, what you have are tentative steps. So you would say in Northern Ireland, there's no question that the country is much better off today than
correct.
It was in.
Yes.
Just so you know, Unapologetic, and the link is posted if you want to come up. I don't think the quote liberal blacks know any more than the MAGA blacks. Don't get me wrong. that I think your average liberal versus your average MAGA black, they're probably just as uneducated. I've come across plenty of people who are more on my side of the aisle. Sharon Bracey is a perfect example. He doesn't know shit, but he tends to be a little bit more left. So don't think I'm just picking on the MAGA blacks. They're just the most outrageous and megalomaniacal, like their dear leader Trump. They're kind of over the top.
1975.
Well, as we would say about the United States, there's no question that you and I sitting here having a conversation about Reconstruction would not have been happening in 1880.
But Reconstruction is a slightly, it's not a tentative step. It is one step forward and then one a
really big step back. Several steps back.
A couple steps back.
Yeah.
It's like the intensity of that is what's so, and it's the amount of violence, and it's like, it's almost a second Civil War.
Well, it is what you see in the backlash to Reconstruction is the degree to which you never changed hearts and minds coming out of the Civil War. There wasn't this sort of not just defeat militarily, but also a restructuring of the understanding that Southern whites had about what their privileges and rights were and how their society should be organized. And so they effectively retreated for a while, and then they waited out the federal government and waited until the occupation ended, essentially, and then they reconstituted a version of their society that they preferred. And this is where the role of history comes in, how Reconstruction was depicted, the stories that were told in school books and in Birth of a Nation about how terrible, these ignorant Black people suddenly taking over government and, assaulting our women and running down our, our economies and how we wrested it back. The whole lost cause mythology, which we're even now still reckoning with, because you have all these monuments to the valor of the Confederate soldiers, the romance of Gone with the Wind. Yeah, these are all things that we grew up in, but it had to do with a very specific cultural project, right? Which was to justify, solidify, rationalize the maintenance of a caste system, and that never fully went away.
Yeah, I wonder. This is going to seem like a trivial suggestion, but I feel there's great importance to these symbolic things. Part of the problem is we say that the Civil War ended with. We think we mark the end of the Civil War with the end of the initial military phase.
Right.
Really, the Civil War ends in 1877 with the collapse of Reconstruction. If we thought about the war that way, then we understand it very differently.
Right, because essentially what you have is an armistice.
Yeah.
Essentially what you have is in 1877 with the compromise that year. That's the real peace treaty.
Yeah.
Between North and South.
Yeah.
And the North essentially says, okay, you guys are readmitted and fully redeemed. The Union's been saved. The initial project that Lincoln called for when he initiated the Civil War in the face of secession. Right, that problem's been solved. Technically, slavery no longer exists. The 13th Amendment survives. And otherwise, we're back to you guys running things how you want down there, and we'll run things how we want up here. And that was the true peace treaty. And it obviously left Black folks in the South extraordinarily vulnerable, and it, in part, prompted the Great Migration, and it shaped our history. But you're absolutely right that what it did was to allow for this obfuscation, this erasure of what the stakes were and what the possibilities were. But that's what that's how our culture was structured, as I said, to justify, to reconcile this glaring contradiction at the heart of our self-conception. And the degree to which these really hard questions were never fully processed, I think accounts for the reason why you can still get these fierce episodes of backlash, because they've never really been talked about, surfaced, resolved. There hasn't been both acknowledgement and accountability which means there also hasn't been the possibilities of forgiveness and reconciliation. It all just washes around.
Whether you're exploring your current fascinations or discovering new ones, Audible has all the stories that'll introduce you to your most fascinating self. Tap into a whole new world of heated conversations with a saucy romantasy series. Become your friend group's sci-fi expert on the latest blockbuster book-to-screen adaptation.
The Compromise of 1877 is such a Pontius Pilate moment. And it makes me wonder about the kind of psychology of the compromisers. I mean, it's weird because you just went through a dozen years ago this unbelievably bloody conflict. I mean, you sacrificed hundreds of thousands of your countrymen's lives. You devastated the entire country. And then after 12 years passed, you're like, well, you kind of shrug. Let's just
Never mind.
never mind. It's like a never mind moment. It's
Yeah.
like they wash their hands and they say, you know, take what is Pontius Pilate say? Take this from me. I've forgotten that.
Yeah.
But like I struggle to kind of understand what's going through the minds of those when they shrug.
I think one of the things it's is important to understand. We tend to look at all these issues through the lens of race entirely. And the truth is that there are all these other factors that in the minds of these politicians at the time are just as important and as relevant, and their notions of states' rights, and there are notions of the limits and constraints on federal government power, and there are notions of commerce and money, and all these things are happening in the midst of a really wildly unregulated, fluctuating, Wild West.
Okay, I let me stop this because it has been playing for a few minutes. Unapologetic, how is you harping on Barack Obama being raised as a white male and harping on his mother being white and his grandparents being white? How is that not racist? Can you help me out? Apparently your point is Barack Obama isn't black enough. How is your point not racist? Can you help me out with that?
Economic atmosphere. You're getting these huge depressions and massive unemployment, and there are debates about labor rights in the North as people are getting into factories, and there's agitation among workers for better working conditions and better wages. And so you have elites who have a whole host of interests, and some of them think how.
Hey, Tamika.
Hello, Stanley. How are you doing today, sir?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I just woke up. I took a nap.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I went to go get my hair braided today. Oh, it hurts so
Oh,
bad.
really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think she got tired of me because she didn't keep up with the hairstyle that she was doing.
Do you look good?
I look okay. I had her take all of them. Huh?
Did you get like hair extensions, or is it just your hair that's braided?
I got hair extensions.
Did you?
Yeah.
So you're doing a protective hairstyle.
Well, it hurts so bad. I don't think this is too protective.
Yeah, I've actually heard that it does hurt.
Yeah,
I mean, have you ever had it braided before?
Yeah, I'm just tender-headed, so that's why.
I haven't heard tender-headed since I was a kid.
Yeah, I braided it myself first the other day. I did all the sections. I started doing my own braids, but I just
Mhm.
kind of wanted to see it look a different way, so I went and got it done.
Well, why don't you just do
Mhm.
twists?
Huh?
Why don't you just do twists?
Twistises.
I've heard it called that. You know, where you just twist your hair?
Oh, yeah, I just say twist. I don't know if that's how you say it.
I heard I've heard him pronounce that way on YouTube, so
I
I
know,
thought
but you know
that was
I'm down to do that.
well, I'm kind of interested in how you look now.
I
But
know
don't
I'm
don't
gonna
worry
give
about it.
it to because I just woke up, but I'll be on it by Saturday.
Whenever.
So you can see me.
Well, yeah, whenever. I'm in no rush. I just it's an interesting thing.
Yeah. I got tribal braids. They're called Fulani braids.
They're kind of thick.
Thin. They're thin braids.
Thin. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're small. Like she did half of it like a box braid. Box braid is just a regular braid, and then the rest of them was French braids.
Interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like soon. You'll get to
Okay.
see. Yeah, it cost me
Okay.
$200. I didn't appreciate having to sit there that long. And then I had a stomach ache because I went to Chick-fil-A. I don't think I should eat Chick-fil-A anymore because the last few times I ate it, I had a tummy ache.
Well, you could probably cook a better like chicken patty yourself.
Yeah, but that was my breakfast. So
Oh, you shouldn't be. Oh, so you got like their chicken biscuit or something?
yeah, I got a chicken on English muffin, egg and cheese, all on the English muffin. Mm-hmm.
Well, you may be getting at an age when you shouldn't even be eating fast food.
Yeah, I think that's now because every time I try to eat it, if it's not something that was gently prepared but fried, it's giving me
Mhm.
stomach aches.
Yeah. I've just kind of gotten away from fast food. I like the last time I had fast food was over the Christmas holidays. We were coming back from Savannah and we
Mm-hmm.
stopped in Macon. And you know, all the kids wanted hamburgers and French fries. I just got fries. It's like, yeah, I'll have some fries, but I'm not eating, you know, the hamburgers and stuff like that. I'll just wait till I get home. Um,
Yeah,
and it's not so much the fried food, it's just when you make it yourself, you get to control what's in it, you know,
that's
as far
true.
as the seasoning and stuff. And I've just got used to, you know, more control over what I eat. And it's not like I'm some diet conscious person. I just know how to cook and I know how I want things to taste. And you kind of leave yourself open to, you know, fast food is just it's just not, you know, and then if you order the fast food, it's not good food. And then, you know, my son has this, I guess it's dorm life or something where he wants to DoorDash everything, which, you know, DoorDash is just the food is expensive, but the DoorDash fees on top of it, it's like 3 times what you would pay if you actually went to the Burger King or wherever. And, you know, when it gets here, it's generally not even hot. So, you know, why are you spending 50 bucks on a couple Big Macs and they're soggy? You know, I had to talk to him about that. You know, I'll give you money, but don't be wasting it on DoorDash. Um, you know, use it, put it to better use. So, I've been kind of watching what Unapologetic is saying. Look, Unapologetic And this, if I get around to reacting to some of what Cellulite said earlier today, dude, he keeps calling people like Ben Crump race hustlers. My question is, how is Cellulite not a race hustler? How are you not a race hustler? You're making a point that Barack Obama wasn't raised as a black man. He had a white mother and white grandparents. You literally said you voted for him because he was black, essentially. How are you not a racist? If you're voting for someone based on their race, that's kind of textbook racist.
You
So,
think so?
absolutely.
Well, I didn't vote for Obama none of the times he was the president. So
Oh, don't tell me you voted for Trump.
no, the very first time I voted was this very last election, and he helped me. He helped me vote because he's talking about them black jobs and didn't even know what a black job was. And
Who, Obama didn't?
no, I'm talking about Trump.
Oh,
So he's the reason why I voted for my first time, and I voted against him.
well, let me tell you this. I don't really care who you vote for. People couldn't believe that I didn't even ask my son who he voted for. I suspect I suspect he's a conservative. But I don't care. I honestly, as long as he votes, I don't care who he votes for. He's an adult. He can vote for whatever his conscience allows him to vote. I didn't even ask him, not that curious. Maybe one of these days, but not now. He is, working to be a well-educated adult. He makes his own choices. It's none of daddy's business.
That's right, Dad.
That's right. I'm parent emeritus. I'm done parenting unless I need to. I will advise you, but I'm not tying your shoes. You know how to tie them yourself. So let's get back to President Obama. And unapologetic, don't be shy coming up here. I'm not going to beat you up too bad.
Yeah, and I'll leave and let y'all have a more intellectual type of conversation.
Well, no. What? Wait. You don't have to leave. I enjoy talking to you.
Okay.
No, why would you leave? What, you're not an intellectual, Tamika?
No, I'm not.
How do you know?
Because I don't participate in politics and stuff.
You voted.
But that's the most participation I think is done.
Well, you still participated, even if it was just a little bit. So, okay. I mean, you could tell me why you voted against Trump. You put a bit of thought into that.
Yeah.
So don't rule yourself out as an intellectual. Really, intelligence is just the ability to learn. It's not some.
Oh, I have the ability to learn. Okay, so I am an intellectual because I do have the ability to learn, and I don't care. So that's the reason why I don't learn certain things, because I want to use my brain. What is that called? Brain cells for other stuff.
But seriously, IQ. You hear all these people talking about IQ. Literally, general intelligence is what IQ tests measure. It's G. It's just the ability. How quickly do you learn something? Some people learn quicker than others. That's why I don't take IQ that seriously, because we all tend to learn different ways. Like I've taken online classes, for IT certifications and stuff. I'd much rather be in a classroom with a teacher. I learned that better than in online class. So how you learn, what method you learn, That's why I don't take IQ that seriously. And most of the people that talk about IQ don't even understand that the IQ score is a measure of something else. A high IQ score really, it means you can learn stuff quickly. It doesn't measure it's not, your IQ score is not your intelligence. It is a measure of your intelligence. So, I'm not going to get too much deeper into it because it is kind of boring, but I laugh when I get all these people talking about high IQ and low IQ. They have no clue what IQ actually is. So,
like people are being treated and how we restructure our democracy is of the highest priority. And other people are thinking, you know what? We need to stabilize the economy. And some are thinking, I'm trying to build a railroad here and I need a deal with this other legislator. And some of them are thinking, we can't maintain taxes that are required in order for us to keep federal troops occupying these Confederate states in perpetuity because we have other expenses. And so for us, looking back, we're saying to ourselves, what other issue was relevant? But for them at the time, it was one of the issues that was relevant. And I think that part of what also makes the Compromise of 1877 so bitter in some cases, certainly for African Americans when you know that history, is there is an echo across American history of, at some point, even whites who are sympathetic to the cause of equality and human rights only being willing to carry out that principle so far.
Yeah.
Right?
In going back to this question of how inadequately we have accounted for this period, if we're doing American history over again, not only do we say the Civil War ends in 1877, but Frederick Douglass is a founding father.
He really is.
He really is.
No, there is, and that's why it's so interesting to see today this contest over.
It is so interesting how Frederick Douglass was the most photographed American of the 19th century. I didn't even know that, until maybe 7 years ago. Frederick Douglass gets quoted by Republicans, Democrats, gets talked about by everyone. And dude was so famous, he married some young white girl who was his secretary. And I'm sure it made a big, it was big news back then. But these days, nobody even fucking talks about it. And Portia is a member of a Republican group in Texas that's politically active called Frederick Douglass Republicans. So that's how kind of like both sides of the aisle see Frederick Douglass as just an astounding talent, given his background. So considering him kind of like a founding father is an interesting thing. Kind of like 1619, considering the founding to be, not 1776, but 1619.
What is the dominant narrative of America?
Mm-hmm.
And, you have an administration that is trying to change, the plaques at national monuments and
Like they don't have enough on their hands.
Yeah, right. But it does speak to the power of stories, right? There are figures that, because they hold political office, because they are men, because they are white, because they are titans of industry, because they hold traditional stations that we understand have power, we think of them as the history makers, right? And you have all these people who may not have occupied formal positions of power who entirely shape or bend the course of our narrative.
And this is why I think he belongs in that kind of pantheon of founding father, that he sees the best.
Yes.
And he also is clear-eyed about who we are and what we're capable of. And that's, if you read the Federalist Papers, that's what they are. Madison is both, has a vision, and he's also incredibly...
Correct.
He's aware of like, this thing could follow, what's the famous Ben Franklin, if we have a republic, if we can keep it.
If we can keep it.
Exactly. Same thing. We get this grand thing, but it's going to be hard.
And that's what Douglas understands.
Yeah.
And that sensibility is what we want in our leaders, and it is a sensibility that we want our kids to learn from history. At least I do, right? And that is not some rosy-eyed, sanitized version of American history, but a clear-eyed understanding of, yes, we stole land, we took land from previous occupants. America was built on violence and subjugation and chicanery and confidence men and shenanigans and corruption. But it is also this amazing expression of human possibility. It is Thomas Jefferson, yes, he had slaves, and not but, and he penned some of the most important words that were ever written in the annals of humanity. And being able to maintain those two ideas at the same time is what both can inspire you to keep going and make the world and the country better and not sink in despair, but also to understand the challenges and the persistence that will be required to overcome those challenges if you want to get to where we want to go.
Well, I want to go back to something that we skipped over that I've been thinking about, though, as you were talking about. Is it useful at all to wonder about what the country looks like if Reconstruction had not been defeated? Was that even a possibility?
I think you can imagine scenarios in which somebody other than Andrew Johnson is Lincoln's vice president. Either Lincoln doesn't get shot, right? Booth misses, or his vice president is somebody who is a wiser, more thoughtful leader.
We should briefly pause on what a disaster Andrew Johnson. I mean, Andrew Johnson is
He's terrible.
It's really hard to find someone as bad as that. And there's some stiff competition of late.
There is, just generally, but he's terrible, right? He's petty, he's small-minded, he's a drunk. He is not particularly deft in handling his own party, the other party. So he's a disaster. You can imagine a situation in which a better leader, a better statesman, is working with a Republican Congress, being more strategic about how are we going to institutionalize both the Reconstruction legislation that's been passed? How do we make sure that the Freedmen Bureau efforts stick? How do we make sure that the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments are carried out effectively? What can we compromise? Because we know there's going to be resistance down there. What can't we compromise? You can imagine somebody working that through in a way that you did not end up with a violent, brutal reinstitution of caste and the restrictions on Black people's ability to just live their lives, and the lynchings and the horrors of that era. And had that process been less violent, even if it wasn't as quick as from modern standards we would now judge. Let's say that there was enforcement, but there were still social codes about no racial mixing, or we're not going to take on anti-miscegenation laws, or you can picture something that ends up being more gradual, gentler, not perfect, but ushering in maybe quicker the kinds of changes that we would end up seeing come about in the 60s and the 70s. It would be less wrenching. But, that's speculation. That's true about all of human history, right? There are all kinds of junctures and moments that we look at and say, if humans weren't so stupid or so venal or so greedy or so cowardly or ignorant, things could have been better.
There is this thing that, like, it is so often the case that at pivotal moments in history, we're blessed with extraordinary leaders, right? We have FDR during the Depression. England gets Churchill, and we're like, in this era, we're 2/3 of the way.
Here, let me address this point right here. One of the more interesting things is the Declaration of Independence talking about slavery the way they did. It was hypocritical at best. The reason it was struck out is no one really had a problem with the African slave trade. But let me tell you something that's not really talked about, but it is in the history books. If you do more than just like a high school history textbook or college history textbook, Virginia had, at that time, and definitely around the 1800 mark, right after the Constitution was drafted, Virginia had a very large Black population. If you look towards the Tidewater region, out Norfolk, Suffolk, the Upper Peninsula, the Lower Peninsula. I used to live there when I was in the Navy, and for years afterwards, for that matter. The Black population was huge, and the white population felt under threat. One of the reasons that they gave the 20 years to end the African slave trade was because they wanted to favor the internal slave trade. So when you hear Soul Brothers, Thomas Sowell, when you hear SKC, when you hear all these Black conservatives talking about, well, Africans sold Africans, what they fail to understand is that after 1808, whites sold Africans because we had an internal slave trade. Selling people down the river, sold down the river. I think that was in Uncle Tom's Cabin. Virginia basically became like a major slave trading outfit, shipping slaves south to places like Georgia and then west to Alabama, all the way over to Texas. They bred slaves like cattle. It's all documented. So getting rid of the slave trade, to me, it wasn't that big a deal. It's so the internal slave trade could make money. And by the way, those who still insist that slavery had nothing to do with capitalism, they're absolutely wrong too. All you need to do is read a book like The Half Has Never Been Told. Slaves not only did labor, but they were financial instruments that you could take out loans on. You could mortgage slaves to buy more slaves and land and stuff like that. These plantation owners were capitalists, especially after 1808. So Thomas Jefferson was quite the hypocrite.
There, we have Douglas. We have Lincoln,
and things,
and then the third leg of the stool is this.
Yeah, I mean, it is a classic example of this debate about history and how much of it is determined by amazing individuals and how much of it is determined by just technological trends or societal trends that we have no control over. And I think this is a pretty clear example that it's both. It makes a big difference that Lincoln's not there post-war.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Curious about how you think about this, the kind of general project of multiracial democracy now. Like it's impossible to spend a lot of time thinking about Reconstruction without reflecting on the present day, right? Because these issues are.
Well, they're still there. If somebody is asking, why is it relevant to talk about Reconstruction? I have to describe for them the degree to which we're having the same arguments. The issues of how are we going to help the freed people who've been enslaved? What are we going to give them to allow them to have a go at life? What does real freedom mean? You trace that debate of 40 acres and a mule and public education, and you can trace it all the way through to debates about welfare and debates about now DEI and do we as a society have an obligation to address past injustices that have been, institutionalized or have left a legacy of poverty? So we're having that argument. When you look at issues of state versus federal power, and how do we protect the rights of all citizens, both against states that may be abusing the people who live there, but also against the federal government that at any point might decide it wants to bully people around. Those issues are still there. Obviously, more directly, we're having debates now about voting rights, and you got a Supreme Court that has systematically weakened in the possibilities of enforcing voting rights in our democracy. And we have a politics now that, at least one of our major parties has been captured by politics that is not that subtle about suggesting that we the people means a certain kind of people. That when you have the vice president, the current vice president making a speech that is basically a blood and soil version of we the people, that it matters who your parents were and how long they've been here, despite him being married to an immigrant daughter of an immigrant himself.
Khan, Your argument about men of their times, to me, that's almost Dunning school level. Uh, uh, they knew what they were doing. Thomas Jefferson in Notes of Virginia talks about having a wolf by the ears. You can't let it go, but you can't keep it for long either. The founders basically kicked the can down the road with the slavery issue, figuring that it would work itself out. It didn't. Thomas Jefferson almost was prescient in predicting the Civil War. I don't buy the men of their time argument at that elite Jefferson, Washington level. They knew there were problems. That's why they didn't use the word slave in the Constitution. They knew that it would be hypocritical to talk about all men created equal, or, we the people and all that stuff, while putting the word slave or slavery in the Constitution. I've never bought the men of their time argument. People do all kinds of things, like drugs, for instance. It's not a good analogy, but the best I can come up with off the top of my head. I mean, people know that there will be consequences for using, let's say, heroin or something like that. They know that it's not a good thing, but they do it anyway. The high is more important than health. Same kind of thing with slavery. They knew it was going to be a problem at some point, but hey, you know what? I like my creature comforts. That's Jefferson in a nutshell. Man of their times, it's an argument, and I'm not even criticizing your point. I'm just saying I don't share that point. I don't think men of their times, that's actually kind of discounting their intelligence.
That's echoes then ideas about who can be a
It's
citizen,
up untrackable.
who belongs, who gets to make.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. I hope you are as well, sir.
I am just waiting. If I'm misrepresenting your point, restate your point. Maybe I missed something, Con. So what you been up to?
Oh, living life and doing the work and growing debt every single day, trying to maintain this house.
Well, yeah, that what is it? Another day. What is it? Another day older and deeper in debt?
Well, some people say another day, another dollar, but they think they're earning, but you're really just spending, because life is not free.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
So, any comments on this interview? We're basically kind of biding time till Trump's speech starts. In theory, it's going to start in 5 minutes. We will see if that actually happens. I have it queued up to go once it starts.
I just showed up and I saw that you were live, and I have not watched this conversation
Right.
in any previous engagement. So if you could break it down and ask me a question, that'd be great.
They're just basically talking about the after effects of Reconstruction that basically are still around. We're still debating the 14th Amendment, for instance. We're still debating the 15th Amendment, with the Voting Rights Act. Basically, 100 and what, 50, 30 some years later, we're still debating, the 14th Amendment, what it means. So Reconstruction, in my opinion, has had more after effects in modern American history than the actual founding itself. Though, people like the Federalist Society uh, basically would undo a lot of the civil rights stuff if they could. We celebrate July 4th, but really um, the end of the Civil War changed America, it changed it constitutionally, with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. So that's basically what they're talking about, Gladwell and Obama.
Oh, I'm not much of an educated individual.
I don't know that it really takes education as much as interest. A lot
Well,
of people aren't that interested in this sort of stuff.
well, experience in itself is education. However, um, arguing the words that be versus what you see type of thing. And, the government and the voters and the politicians and the Supreme Court, they argue, what words shall stand, whereas so many of us, we are out here and we don't care what the words say. We're going to live good lives. Does that mean something?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Repeat. I didn't catch the end of it.
Yeah. What the government says ultimately with the written word of the law, it doesn't matter to so many people that are just wanting to live good lives.
Okay, well, the law allows people to live good lives, and lies too, probably. You don't have maniacs running down the streets, at least a lot. It does happen occasionally. People shooting up the place or stabbing a bunch of people. The
But
law is the
understand that
deterrent that kind of
you,
maintains the law and order, I guess.
well, you understand that the written word doesn't stop a crazy person from doing crazy shit.
Absolutely, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
Clearly,
there are a lot of crazy people who aren't so crazy as to go too far. Um, I think that, there are kind of like thresholds, below the threshold, even if you're crazy, you might fuck up once, but you're not going to keep fucking up. Not everyone is that crazy. And then you've got people who are over the threshold that, no
so
law is
so
basically going to hold. But
it
I'd
so
say
so let me
hold on one second. I would say 90% of the time the written word is enough to maintain the peace.
but do you see how it kind of works both ways? It's like the written word can indoctrinate somebody to be like, oh, I can't lose my shit today, because that's against the law. I can't go and take from somebody because that's against the written word. But then you take somebody, it's like, hey, um, I'm not about that, but I'm gonna do things differently,
Okay, well,
and
let me
not,
ask you a
I'm
question.
I'm not gonna take
It's
somebody else's
not the actual
not
written word.
property.
It,
But what I am gonna do is I'm not gonna pay the government. You know what I'm saying?
no, I don't know what you're saying. Uh, it's
Is
not
that
the written. It's not the written word. It's the enforcement of the written word that's the deterrent.
oh so so when hmm That's an interesting one because I know
Well,
I've been
what do
getting
you
away.
think the cops do? They uphold the law. Dude, if there
Well,
were no, if we abolished the police and there was no enforcement of the written word, people would ignore it. People are forced not to ignore the written word because there's going to be somebody knocking at your door going, "Why'd you break the law?" That's the deterrent.
yeah, but um, hey, if a speeding ticket costs $500 and you're broke, you can barely afford to even get to work to raise your family. Um, all of a sudden, that written word and that punishment of that $500, it means something. But let's say you have all of the resources. And I'm not just talking about paying a fine. I'm talking about, hey, I talk to this person on the regular. What's stopping them from driving 100 miles an hour on the highway? Yeah, they might get pulled over, but the ultimate, uh, you know, the summation of things is nothing. Dismissed in court. Whereas, somebody that barely has $500 and that was supposed to go to rent or food or whatever, it's like, yeah, you got caught like everybody gets caught. Yeah. You were breaking the law, but that $500 could destroy your life. That $500 to somebody else, it means nothing. And they're going to do it again tomorrow.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah, probably just don't agree with you. I think that the written word is not the point. It's the enforcement of the written word that is the deterrent. Um, I think that most people don't read in the first place, so half of them don't even know what words are written, but they know the cop's going to stop them, if they're speeding. They don't ever go and look up the codes for speeding. They have the cop to write them a ticket, uh, and then they might read up on it.
Well, I can speak on that as well. Is that my vehicle is not registered, and I don't have insurance.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I drive on that highway every single day going to work. I keep it between the lines. I go within the I don't even go with the flow of traffic. I let everybody go. Just go. And people blow my freaking doors off. And it's like, hey, handle your business. Um, but that's not my life. My life isn't I left and I'm late for work and I got to get there so fast. I have to be first. I have to be first. Do you want to be the first one to get a ticket? Um, I'm okay with being late.
Right. Oh wait,
I'm
hold
okay,
it.
okay with it.
Let's switch over. Trump was
Yes, sir.
actually on time. He's just starting, so this is going to be a little bit delayed. So let's hear what Mr. Trump has to say.
I'll listen.
Some very compelling evidence, but this is going to be how it goes.
Niall Stanich, thank you so much. We take you to the president at the White House.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week, it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars. Like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs. And
Yeah, I have to stop this. Yeah, I need the money that I'm getting for no tax on tips. I need it to buy a $28 bottle of olive oil, domestic olive oil, 32 ounces of olive oil, 28 fucking dollars. Yes, I don't want my tips taxed because I like olive oil.
Anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nations policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of healthcare. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of healthcare is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So
let me make a point about these Trump accounts. The people who are well off, high income people who save well, it's just another way of rich people to get ahead. Poor people are not going to have the kind of $5,000 per year or whatever to, make hundreds of thousands of dollars at 18 possible. Again, it's going to be people who are well off, not the working class that supposedly right-wing populism caters to. It's bullshit. Trump accounts are just fancier IRAs. If you got money to put into the stock market through your IRA, the better off you'll be. If you don't have the money, not so much. I'm sorry, what?
I was watching somebody and they said, hey, they were talking about saving money. And they're talking about $27.40 a day. $27.40 a day is $10,000 a year. That's about what maybe some considered more than surviving a day. $27.40.
Okay, I'm not sure what your point is.
$27.40 a day.
And your point is what?
And my point is that $10,000 a year is what it takes to survive. So you're talking about, saving an entire survivability a year. And when it comes to these, being not just surviving, but are you
Okay,
surviving?
is that for a family of four? Is it for a single person? Can you provide more details?
Well,
Because I think I think it will take more than $27 a day to for a family of four to survive.
You damn sure it will.
Right. So what's your point?
The point, I guess the point that I'm getting at is that this idea of, living comfortably and all this, one, I'm already in a household that both partners are working full time.
Mm-hmm.
And we have no time at home. Like there's
Right. Yeah.
nobody at home. Just to make it. Just to be able to say that we have a home. So, to think that it's like it's the idea that it's like, oh, well, it only takes so much to survive. But this was a savings idea. But how can you save if you're barely surviving with a home and having other people underneath your wings? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's my point. Trump accounts are going to benefit people who have the kind of income that they can put $5,000 a year away. Not everybody can. That's my whole point. Trump accounts are not a big whoop.
TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with zero illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is zero. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
Yeah,
America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting.
Let me tell you right now, he can release all the fake news he wants. It's still what he wants to do is largely unconstitutional. Is this a prelude to declaring an emergency? If he does that, all hell is going to break loose. He can. This doesn't change the Constitution, sir.
This evening and fully confirmed.
I'm sorry, you got something?
Yeah, I think there's always been a problem. With,
No, I don't. You and I will definitely disagree on that. The problem is so minuscule, you can just say it's not a problem. Cheating in the modern era, cheating, like it's less than like point. It's like a really minuscule number. So it's never been a problem in the U.S.
Oh, I think it has always been a problem, and
Based on
that's
what? Based on what? What is your opinion based on?
My opinion is based on the fact that anonymous voting, which is what it's supposed to be, right? Is that anonymous?
Okay, what do you mean anonymous voting? Their voter records. Everybody knows who's qualified to vote. That's not anonymous.
But is it not supposed to be anonymous of who you voted for? No?
Well, okay, you're confusing. Okay, we know who the voters are. We know who's qualified to vote.
Do you?
The voters are not anonymous. You're talking about who they vote for, basically, no one knows. Yeah, but that's not anonymous voting.
So what seems to be the problem here?
There is no problem. Trump is inventing a problem. He's literally he's making it up out of whole cloth. There has never been, well, in modern times, since I've been alive, let's just go from 1965 to now. In the past 61 years, there has never been a problem with voter fraud. It happens, but it's such a small number that, you can't, there's no reason to scrap a whole system or re-engineer the system. There's always going to be, a few people who, this guy who voted Republican in Florida voted for his mother in Georgia, that sort of thing. And, he wound up in hot water for that. You will have people in Georgia or a Trump, telling folks to find votes. But even that's minuscule. There is no problem. Trump is inventing a problem. That's my point.
And that's what you see.
No, I actually heard something and I should have talked about it. It's like 0.02% of the 2024 vote, I think, wound up being investigated. And of that 0.024, whatever the number was, I can't remember exactly, it was an even smaller fraction that warranted some sort of legal action. That's documented. You can Google it. There
Yeah,
is
and who investigated that?
I don't know. The government, I guess, the federal government. All
Do
those
you
records,
understand?
all those, the
I would
Federal
hope.
Election Commission is a thing. You can Google that stuff.
I would hope somebody of your stature and understanding would understand that the government always wins. It's like gambling in the house. The
Okay,
house always.
I'm sorry. What does the government always win mean?
It means again, you go and vote, and it doesn't matter if you tell somebody who you voted for or not. The government will come out with a finding, and that will be this election.
No idea
And
what that means.
well,
The government doesn't.
that's
The government doesn't elect people.
that's why there's a middleman. That's why there's the
Who's the
electoral
middleman?
the electoral college.
Well, that's just for the president.
Okay, but do you think it doesn't happen?
And even
all-
the
all
middle quote middleman, that's a constitutional body. It's supposed to be that way per the Constitution. It used to be that state legislators elected senators, but even they these days are directly elected. The electoral college is just for the president. He's not directly voted in by a popular vote.
But again, who is the referee? We have
What do you
seen
mean,
something.
who's the referee?
We have
The
seen something
states,
as
the
sport.
states are the referee.
We have
States.
something so simple and
Okay,
plain and
we
evident
don't have
sports.
a
The
simple thing at
the
all. The
referee
states
has
you asked to the hold
stated
on.
that is either
The
a foul or
states
out of
are the
bounds. But
referee. The
that the whole
states
world
are the
will
referee.
see it plain and simple. So please, the whole world can see it's
Okay,
plain and
what the
simple.
fuck
The
does the
referee,
world have to do with
we
this
have to
point?
stick with.
You
We have
asked
we
who the referee was. I need you to deal with my answer. The states are the referees. We've got 50 different states with 50 different systems. How are you going to hack that? You're not.
you think that it's unhackable? You
Yes.
think that referees are
Yes,
unbiased?
I think 50 different systems, probably more than 50 different. If you talk about overseas military voting, those are different, systems. Yes,
Wait,
it's impossible to hack.
how is military voting different than regular voting? Your vote is a vote,
It's
right?
not, except they're not in the contiguous United States generally. So that's how it's different. They do a lot of it by mail versus
So
showing up at the polls. Once again, I don't think 50 plus different systems are hackable at all.
that's the exact
And
thing.
I also think it's incredibly secure.
Is exactly how they are hackable.
Nah, you and I disagree on that.
That's okay. It's okay to disagree.
Well, I know I'm right. I'm disagreeing because you literally have no clue what you're talking about.
And that's an awesome argument.
It's an argument. Literally, I need you to explain to me how 50 separate independent systems in the voting process are hackable.
It's very simple.
Okay, explain it to me.
Those who run the systems decide the outcome.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're one of those conspiracy theorists, like the government is separate from the people. If it is that way, then it's the people's fault. It's the people who let the government do what the government's going to do. This is a government of, by, and for the people. And let me tell you, one of my pet peeves is when
that's what's always been done.
I ask someone how a certain feature of the government works, people yawn and go, "I don't know." It's the people's fault if the government is running amok. The politicians aren't the problem. It's the voters who elect the politicians that are the problem.
I think that's a fair statement. I really do.
We've let our government run amok.
If you think all things are fair.
Oh, I don't think all things are fair. Nothing in life is fair outright. I do think I can stand on the point that we have let our government get away from us.
Does that not make it a reasonable statement that it's easy to cheat people?
No, it does not.
Oh, it doesn't.
Nope.
It's not an okay statement to say that.
No, it is not. I already said it is not.
Because nothing's fair.
Okay, dude, you are literally making a logical leap
to believing that, you won or
You
lost.
can believe what you want to believe. I'm telling you, you're making a logical leap.
Because they're not struggling for food.
Wait, what does that who, the politicians?
Oh, they get paid more than the mean.
So
what?
Yeah.
Why don't they have the goodness of their heart? Why do they get paid at all?
Who do these politicians work for?
They work for private corporations. Why would you vote? Why would you vote for something? Why would you vote for something or hurt?
You might have a point there, but why are they working for corporations?
If you didn't have an investment, how are you going to have somebody that's 27 years old that, is a congressperson, and they're going to sit here and tell you that this specific subject is bad. It's because
the people elected them is how.
You believe the people elected them.
I know the people elected.
But these things were conducted anonymously behind closed doors, and they just told you.
I don't think you're right about that.
I'm just saying from what I'm seeing, and I'm retarded.
Well, I don't think you actually know what you're seeing. I literally don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you have somehow or another gotten the idea that the government is totally separate from the electorate. And I don't think you're correct on that. I think that elections are free and fair. I think Donald Trump is out of his fucking mind, and he's making up a problem that isn't there. And Congress so far has been able to kind of go, hey, the SAFE Act, it won't get through Congress because these people understand that if you start basically telling people we don't trust you to not cheat on elections, you're going to wind up out on your ass. Okay, you're basically telling the American people that you don't trust them.
Do you kind of see like where I started talking to you, where it's like,
I don't get your point at all.
I think will, because what I started talking about is it doesn't matter what's written. I'm going to live my life.
And I am telling you, it does matter what's written because the cops are going to knock at your door if you start violating laws. It does matter what's written because there are people to enforce the law.
But you have to be caught violating
Yes.
laws.
Correct. And I'm
by
sure
their
there is
own-
a sizable proportion
Their own
of people.
admission, you must have reasonable or articulable suspicion of violating of law. So if I'm driving my car and I didn't pay my taxes and I don't have any of my paperwork, but I have not, hey, that sticker is the only tell. That sticker.
Okay, let me ask you a question because you have
not about
stated
lines. It's like, hey, you didn't pay your taxes. Do you understand?
So
that?
your point is all is fair if you don't get caught.
Well, get caught for what? What crime? Not paying your taxes?
You do know not having, at least in Georgia, let's talk about Georgia, not having car insurance. Okay, I need you to let me finish.
Taxes.
Not having car insurance. Okay, son, you will let me finish what I'm saying. I need you to calm down.
Doing X, Y.
I need you to calm down.
Over because my
without insurance.
My
driving with okay, son, you don't seem to understand that I'm talking.
Texas.
You don't seem to understand that I'm talking. I will say what I'm going to say. It is a crime to drive without insurance. Sure, it's not going to be something you have to deal with until you get caught, but dude, you don't know when or if. You might get away with it forever. You might be stopped for some minor traffic violation tomorrow. It's a crime, though.
Can't afford to live. I'm trying
that's
to.
Not the cops. That is not the law's problem.
I'm trying to give them something better than I ever got. But you know what I'm saying?
That is a you problem, not the cops,
that
not
says
the law.
You didn't pay
the
us.
law does
matter
not
if
care.
I took care of my car.
The
It doesn't
law does
if I got
not
good
care.
tires. Doesn't matter if I got my oil
It
changed.
actually does matter.
Did you pay us? That's what I'm getting at.
I don't understand. I don't understand why we're even fussing.
That
the
is a
law
horrible
does not give a fuck.
Go to work every single day.
You either follow the law or you don't. The law doesn't care if you go to work every day.
Well, they also want to lock my child up, I guess, because guess what happens when daddy?
No idea about any of that.
Guess what happens when daddy goes away?
The law is neutral.
And you want to talk about another subject? Guess what happens when daddy goes away?
Don't know.
I'm
if
sure
daddy
you
follows the law, he won't be going away. That's my comment.
Follow the law or pay the tax. There's a difference, right?
No, there's not a difference.
Follow the law or pay the tax.
Isn't it somewhere in the law books that you got to pay taxes?
Do I have to pay daddy tax?
I don't know. Is it on the law books?
Exactly. Fuck your books. Fuck those words. Be a good person. Do the best you can. Good people will always make it because they will always
good people. Good people who break the law, are they good people?
Is tax a law?
Yes.
And what happens when you break it?
Depends on what the offense is, but if you get caught, it won't be, oh, no problem, you're a good person.
Yeah. Then they'll take your license, then they'll take your car, then they'll take your kid.
Hey, whatever the law requires.
Oh, and you're okay with that?
Yes.
Brother.
I have to follow the law. What makes you special?
Hey, enjoy your taxes. I will continue to break the law.
Again.
I will.
What makes you? Are you a better person than me? I pay my taxes.
And you break
I
the law.
expect you would pay
I
your taxes too.
fuck what anybody says. I don't give a fuck what you
Yeah,
say.
well, that's fine.
Fuck
Hey,
what anybody says. You
you
want to
are
say
an adult
my
as
fucking
long
pocket?
as
You
long as
my
you
motherfucking pocket
willing, as long
for
as you're
no
willing to take the risk, because
care of
you're
my kid.
actually taking a risk.
My kid, and it's not enough for you. It's not enough. It's never gonna be enough. It's never gonna be enough. You
And
don't want to over my head. You don't like me living in this
hey, hold
neighborhood.
it. You're acting like I wrote the law. I follow it just like you. Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
you don't follow.
I follow
just
it like you should follow the law.
I'm so sorry, Stanley. I can't afford to follow the law. Does that
is
mean
a
I
you problem. That
me
is
a
a you problem.
you-
It is not
that
the law's problem.
in your in your book? I can't
It is
afford
not the
to follow
cop.
the
It is not the cop who knocks at your door just doing his job. It's not his problem either.
doing your job. What about doing my job?
What about it? We expect you to do your job.
And I do my job.
Good.
And I can afford a car, and I can maintain a car, and I can
Right.
afford a property, and I can maintain that property.
But you do
But
realize that having the insurance and all the stuff,
they make it
that's
so I
part of
can't.
ownership. Do you understand that
Oh
part
no, I
of
think
owning a car,
I
part
just
of
said it.
owning a car is keeping it up to code?
I'm sorry, sir, but you just said it yourself. That's a part of ownership. I own
Yeah,
it.
part of
This is my
ownership.
thing. This is
part
how
of
I live.
ownership is
But
being
why do I have to
responsible.
pay them
It's
so much?
part
And it
of
increases,
ownership to be responsible and follow
it
the law.
increases, and it increases to the point where it's like, well, now I got a relationship problem because we can't handle this together, and all of a sudden we're fighting about money, and all of a sudden we can't stay together because she don't like me no more because I can't
I'm
fix
totally
everything.
lost.
So who the fuck am
Is
I
this
supposed to
a
be, Stanley?
hypothetical?
Am I supposed to be honest to my woman? Am I
Yes.
supposed to be there for her, or am I supposed to be
Yes.
there for the goddamn government? I'm sorry, you can't get your
You're not.
the
No.
goddamn
See,
fuck
I
you,
don't
government.
think.
Because everything that I
don't
do
think.
is clean. Everything that I do is clean, and I am suffering. And you are sitting here telling me, "Oh, suck that man's dick." Fuck you,
I'm
Stanley.
sorry. I told you what?
You telling me to suck the government's dick?
No. All I said was
That is
follow the
exactly
law.
what you're
That's kind
telling
of
me.
different.
No,
Where
it's
is
not different.
where is
I
the
am doing
law on the books telling
you
you to
don't
suck a dick?
care about me.
Which law
You
are you
about
referring
your
to?
policies and your laws. You don't care about the people. That is exactly what you just said. You son of a
No,
bitch.
that's not exactly what I just said.
All right.
It's what you inferred from what I said, but I didn't say that.
Well, please explain yourself.
I think that you should follow the law. That's it.
Should I find Jesus and follow him as well?
Well, if you're a Christian and you're inclined to follow, biblical law, sure.
Oh, if.
But one thing's for sure, you're probably not going to wind up in jail if you ignore, depending on which
Jesus
commandment you violate.
Me that Jesus is going to get me to heaven, then you're going to guarantee
I don't
me.
think Jesus is going to get you to heaven. Only you can get you to
I
heaven.
don't guarantee anything. You're talking out your ass,
I
Mr.
don't think
Stanley.
I am.
I think you are.
I think
And you know
law.
I love the person.
I think
But
following
this is
the law is good advice.
I'm not sitting here trying to be something special. I'm just tired. I'm tired of paying people that don't do shit. When I'm paying people to do shit, as I'm working my ass off to maintain. You know, there's a lot of questions out here in this world. Why people don't have more kids? You know, why don't you invest? It's like, well, stop taxing me to where oh, bro, I can't even afford a bullet. You know what I'm saying? I can't even afford the bullet. And I think you know what I'm talking about. And that shit's sad.
I have no clue. To shoot a target?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
That can fuck with me.
Even if you have a problem with taxes, dude, most people, especially if you don't have a lot of capital gains and that sort of thing, if you're just kind of a working class dude, your taxes, even if you paid no taxes, is not that much. As a matter of fact, below a certain income, if you got standard deductions and stuff like that. Like when I was married, it wasn't like I made a lot of money, but I never paid taxes because the deductions, usually the government owed me money, probably because I overpaid a little bit just to make sure. But no, I the whole time I was married 9 years, I never had to send in a tax check.
Oh, Stanley, I think you just proved your point.
I think I did prove my point. Follow the law.
I'm not worth my salt.
Wait, what is you're not worth your salt?
I should probably just eat my dinner and go to bed and suffer continuously until I talk to you again.
How exactly are you suffering?
You know, I can't give it to you in a night, but I want to let you know that I love you as always. Your channel is beautiful.
Well, my Lord, don't go away mad.
No, I'm not going away mad, and that's why I'm leaving you as pleasant as I can be.
Well, we started off on the election stuff. I honestly think that people have abdicated their responsibility as voters, and now, and I'm not even talking about you, Untrackable. I'm talking about a lot of people that I see online. I think people have just like, we think the government is horrible, but they don't understand if you're not participating in the election process, you're part of the problem. Government is horrible because they don't think people give a fuck.
I will leave anything that I have to say for another day.
Okay.
Thank you for having me up. You are a beautiful person, and
well, you are too.
And I will see you again.
Okay.
Maybe it will continue, and maybe.
Well, you need to come back Saturday. Are you working Saturday?
Yes. I'm working. I'm doing all the things. But just know that I do respect you, no matter how I treat you. It's just me in that moment, you know, a microcosm.
Dude, this is what the channel is for.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a political channel. So, do you think you hurt my feelings? Do you think I have less respect? This is what, dude, this was prime Stanley versus the world. Dude, we're supposed to be political.
I would not come up here if I had feelings. So I hope you understand that as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of a backhanded. Is that really?
It's just how it goes. It's like, hey, you got something to say? Stanley's here for you. If Stanley fucks you up, you got to deal with it. So it's all good, brother. I love you, but I do. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your people.
All right, well, get some sleep.
I love you, and peace.
Well, I
Peace,
appreciate that.
peace. Take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. Well, King Rooster and my darling chocolate.
Hello,
Hey.
it's me. I
How
was
y'all
way
doing?
in California thinking about what it could have been. What up, man? Look, hey, look. What y'all got going on with these prominent white folks up on your street? You know what I'm saying? Look,
Well, are you white? Is chocolate white?
I would
I
consider
actually
myself
think
as
you and chocolate are way more prominent than most folk who come up here.
okay, yeah. I appreciate you for rolling out the red carpet.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
man.
that's lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. Look, by you having chocolate up here, I'm gonna let you figure diddly with
No,
that first.
please.
No,
No.
Wait,
Say
say
it.
that
I'm in no.
look. Greatness leads the way. Go ahead.
Oh, now aren't you sweet? Thank you. Well, I just came by. I came by to see what is.
Bittersweet. Now,
Oh,
not.
all right. I can take that. I can take that.
Go ahead.
Well, basically just looking at this Trump speech and then, ordinarily I would just let it play through, but dude, it's just
Right.
like
He's
I had to,
setting it up. He's setting it up for the midterms.
you know
He
what?
is setting up his
I
people.
really think you're right.
Oh, well, thanks. I try. I read a little bit. But I do believe that's the next move. What else can he do to stop the midterms? We're 6 months into the year. It's been a holy shit show. And so now they're scrambling. They're trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
Because
I think you're probably right. This report that he wants to release, yeah, I think that's basically going to be like, hey, we released the report, we got to do something about it.
yeah. I mean, it has no, the thing about it, oh, my bad, which is a plus in some situations that we have social media. More people are wanting to know the information. More people are trying to hold other people of power accountable. And so now all eyes are, like, no pun intended, but all eyes are on him from globally. It's not like
Mhm.
the things that he's been doing or initiating for his cronies to do has not affected around the world. So that's it. Y'all got it. I just wanted to know
Well,
what
I'm not.
um
I want to read the report. He says he's releasing it. Hopefully,
okay.
I probably won't get a chance to read it overnight, but we'll do a show about it tomorrow. If it's, I suspect if you go to localities, and I'm thinking of a place like right around California, the LA part, where non-citizens are allowed to vote in non federal elections, which I think is a mistake, to be honest, because it allows people like Trump to kind of confuse the issues. And I think it does leave you somewhat vulnerable to people who shouldn't be voting in federal elections voting, but that's not a very widespread practice. Non-citizens voting in local elections. California, and I'm sure there are other places, but California is like one place that I'm aware of that does happen. And I think Trump is going to try and conflate the two. And I don't think that's going to be enough. I do agree with you, Chocolate Earth, that yeah, he's going to try and make something out of nothing. I think
Yeah, of
this
course.
is the opening gambit. And I think if he does that, dude, all hell is going to break loose between what the
That's what,
Supreme Court has done with the
yeah.
Voting Rights Act. Yeah, this
Yep.
is he's playing with fire here
Oh,
because
honey, he's playing with dynamite.
he's
Yeah.
basically telling American voters he doesn't trust them.
That's what it is. Like, you're saying now, you've always mailed in your votes.
But now all of a sudden, we need to have these true IDs because they're letting illegals vote. What? How? You got to show them a license even before you even get there.
Right.
You can get
But
in the
not
booth
in
like
all
that.
states.
Well, I know, and also, yeah, of course. But I think the majority of the larger states, I'll just say Democratic states, they have it where the low lady or the whoever is doing it, because my grandmother used to do it, take your license and then walk you over there slowly to the booth. I don't know if they still do it
Right.
like that, but
Well,
but
I
like
know
I
they
said,
do in Texas, believe it or not.
oh yeah, they old school. And so they are focused on the swing states, Ohio, to Con Shonery's point, Georgia, Arizona. He's been here and his cronies have been here so many times, holding rallies and shit here. But you guys got it. Go ahead, Mr. Rooster. Y'all was talking.
No, you can go ahead and talk. I always come up here and I just be performing the city and withstand. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I appreciate that.
I just show up so y'all can have y'all serious conversation because I'm never really I'm serious but not so serious. So if y'all are having your serious conversation,
Oh no,
just
no, no,
let
no.
me.
It's
Oh no.
you are
No,
too
no, no.
It's not like that.
But let me
Well, Stanley, let
hold
me
on one
sit at
sec.
the bar
Let
and
me
sip
address
my
hold on one
Go ahead.
sec. Let me address my darling Brooklyn Watson is saying he, meaning Trump, can't trust the system that cheated him in 2020. Ma'am, Donald Trump lost fair and square. He wasn't cheated. And for him to come into Georgia, even in a Republican state like Georgia, dude, we don't like them Yankees coming in and telling us what to do. He lost fair and square in Georgia. And someone said it in a video I watched earlier. Trump's biggest problem is Black people basically made a difference in defeating him in 2020. And he can't, that does not sit well with him.
Not at all. Not at all. He
And
can't.
he couldn't
Can't take
undo it.
No, and that's why he's still talking about it tonight.
Look, Stan,
Talking about
Stan,
Yes,
look,
sir.
people got to understand, like, geographical location. I might be right, I may be wrong, and I may be rambling, bro. Okay, geographical location. Okay, Georgia is sitting in the 13 colonies, right? When it came down to the transatlantic trade, right? A lot of those people have never left.
You
You
have
got
to
North
be careful.
Carolina. Yeah, I do. I try to.
Well, no. I'm saying Savannah was a place where slaves came in because they're right downtown there. But Charleston was by far the biggest entry point for the slave trade. That's what I wanted to say.
But okay, but Stan, this is what I'm saying. You got to think about, okay, when you speak about the South, a lot of people did not leave after, right? So those will be the hard points to defeat based on the mindset of the people. And if, okay, you got the New England colonies, the 13 colonies, everything on that East Coast, everybody that was dropped off and the people that did not run west, north, or east, they are still there. And if they have not been tainted in the mind by the white people, they have a certain disdain for them, those type of people. They're saying, oh, we going to do this better. They know.
I'm struggling to get your point. You're from Mississippi. So, I mean, I don't know that I agree. I mean, I literally know places like the, Sea Islands of South Carolina, Savannah, even down to Brunswick and up to Atlanta. Black people.
Yeah, I'd have been about Dawson, all that. I'd have been all that.
Oh, well, shoot, my father is from next county over, Adel, Cook County. Valdosta's Lowndes County. So you've been in kind of the area where my father was born and raised.
Yeah, I've been down there.
I don't think black people, in my experience in Georgia, even when I was growing up, we got along fine. Now, you know, there could be jokes and stuff like that, but I have to tell you, most of the problems I've had with race, oddly enough, wasn't in the South.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, when you get into politics on the global level, when people start watching TV,
Well, I don't do global, so you'll have to tell me about that.
okay, but I'm just saying, like, this is global. You are on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Look, I have not, like, the simple words as that's being used on the internet, like coon. I don't hear that every day. You see what I'm saying? So, like,
oh, I see. Well,
you see
go
what I'm
ahead
saying?
and finish
So,
because I have. Funny enough, you should bring that up. Please continue, and I'll respond when you're done because I actually have a take on that.
okay, like where I'm from, based people usually base their voting on who they know or what's going to or who influenced them into voting that direction in that direction, right? So that's just basically how it goes. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the influence. Like in the southern area, it's about, oh, this person's going to do this and do that without people even. It's like brainwashing of the people, and that's why you don't get certain votes that you need to get because people
Well,
are
I
just
kind of
follow.
agree with that actually. You
Yeah,
know,
because
you hear, you know, my daddy was a Democrat, his daddy was a Democrat. So yeah, I get your point about the influence.
right, that's all it is. It's all influence. But if you was to take a person or build a facility to where, okay, this is coming up, your local people are running, and then you start playing the snapshots like a football player going into the next game, a lot of these votes will change. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these votes will change for the better or worse, maybe, because you are actually pulling them out of their day-to-day life and showing them actually what's going on. A lot of times people get on the internet and talk about this, and that, and the other. When it comes down to politics, they don't even actually know what these people policies are. They don't know the families. They don't even really know their first name. They don't even know what they believe in or whatever. But based on them come on off on these channels, and they got free access to Google, Gemini, or Siri. They are good readers, and they'll get up on here and read a certain little passage and say this, that, and other. No, it don't work like that in real life.
I think I get your point, but let me
It might
respond.
sound. Yeah, go ahead.
No. It actually makes sense.
Cause you smart. It
I
may sound
think
like I'm
I
rambling to
think
somebody
that,
else, but you smart.
well, I don't know about all that, but I talk all the time about, you know, and I was just talking to Untrackable.
By
People
influence.
seem to
By
think
influence.
people seem to think that the government is necessarily separate from the electorate, but that's because the electorate lets the government run amok. Okay,
Right.
your point about people actually not getting deeper than who they influence, not going in and looking at policies, not going in looking under the hood, that is a they problem. That's, I think, the American government, Trump, etc., that's the voters' fault. Trump is a symptom, he's not the cause.
Right.
It's the
Because the
people
cause.
who elected him that are the problem.
Right. Because it starts from the bottom. It starts from the
Correct.
foundation. Your
Or
local
at least it
voting.
should.
Your
So
local.
I don't
Your
get,
yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for people who go, well, the government, the deep state. Dude, you're the deep state. You elected it.
Right. and a lot of them chose not to go vote. So and
Correct.
then they have all
We don't even want to
and
go
they
there.
and they have all of the gripes and they scratching the ground, stomping like a bull. Oh, this don't go my way. Hey, they had the voting polls. You didn't even have to put gas in your car to go because in the South, a lot of voting polls are at walking distance. You could have walked over there with a blue pen, signed your name, and did whatever and hope for the best. But they didn't do that. And a lot of folks say, oh, I'm not going to vote. It don't matter whether you're not going to vote, but when certain things happen, don't get mad because you didn't even put forth
Right.
the hopes or wishes towards what's finna go on. See, look, when I vote for the best interest for me, right? People will get mad at me, but look, I voted a certain way because there was certain things going on with certain things going on with things I love in my life, and it provides
Mhm.
a way for me to eat, right? So
Right.
I voted a certain way because I know everybody on the opposition side wanted to ban a certain thing. So even if I ain't like everything else, I voted one way just to keep that alive. Because
Well, at
if
least you thought
anything
about
hits,
it, though.
no, look, Stan, if anything hits the fan, I still got a rifle, I still got a fishing pole, and I can feed my family. So I wasn't talking about the paperwork. Oh, we can bump him over the head and push him in the car heavily. I'm not trying to get bumped over the head and pushed in the car, right?
Right.
Anything that goes on with the gun rights, hunting or fishing, and look, if the world shuts down right now, I don't want a levee full of Caucasian people to where I might have to shoot them down just to get one fish to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go to the local gun store and I can't buy a certain rifle to put down a big barrel in order to feed my family. So I voted a certain way because I knew that the opposition was saying we are going to ban all of these things in order for you. They already took the seeds out of the watermelon in certain places. I don't want that.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
let me respond. I do. Chocolate, just give me one sec here. Dirty
Oh,
dude.
no, I'm fine.
Funny thing about where I grew up in the South, in Savannah was particularly interesting because when I was growing up, it was 50% white, 50% black. Yes, you're going to experience some racist, some racists. But the funny thing is, they just didn't like they would stay in their yard or their part of town, and it's almost like an unwritten agreement. I make the joke, if I ever have a flat tire on a road and I have, you know, two houses, I could knock on the door and ask to use the phone. Well, I'm going to go to the one that doesn't have the stars and bars on the porch. I'm just going to assume, if you're flying the stars and bars, I'm going to avoid knocking on your door if possible. We have a thing in the South. We just know who's racist and who's not. It's almost like a spidey sense. So, yes, you can actually grow up in the South. You know, I would experience a lot of, racist stuff, but it was in high school. Boys are, it's like Lord of the Flies. I often make that joke. Um, but these kids learned it from their parents. But you know what? I go back home, I'd go a whole summer and not see any of these motherfuckers. So, you know, it's real weird. But as an adult, dude, I could go walk, I could fucking walk into Alpharetta and be fine. It's not that big a deal. I actually felt more uncomfortable in places like Rhode Island. You know, but you know, it's all feelings. It's not necessarily fact. And to to broke genius's point, kind of the same thing. Yeah, you didn't bother them, they didn't bother you, and you know, if somebody had a flat tire, they'd probably help you out. Um, and that's fine. That's America. So, chocolate, you got anything to add? Rhode Island is a funny
Can you
place.
guys can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so good. Like I said before, I stand in the fact that this is very important to understand how everyone is being affected in our communities. I don't take anything that man says seriously, except what I do take seriously is the people who act upon what he says.
Right.
So there it is. That's my issue. What y'all got?
Well,
You getting
funny
ready to
enough,
play?
I actually think
Oh,
Trump
I need
doesn't know half the stuff that people like Stephen Miller are doing.
yeah. Oh, I know that.
I
No
think a lot
doubt.
of
They
this stuff
keeping
happens in his
hmm
name, and
Yep.
then, you know, he kind of
He's not
goes
even
back
that
and endorses
smart.
it.
He's not that
No.
smart, and the man can't read.
Hold on,
Anyway,
chocolate. It's not about smart or whether you can read or not, because it's
yes,
about
sir. It
connection
does.
and what you are able to do with your hand. Can you make something move? Can you manipulate certain people that have the skill to do certain things that you are not capable of doing? You can be the figurehead, but can you make people move in order for them to do things
Yes.
you are not capable of doing? And that's how the world works. That's how life works, right?
I know, Rooster. I'm just
Grandmama,
strictly
look, hold
speaking
on.
to
Look, ma'am. Watch this. When they kept the black man down, grandmama that was light skinned was always able to read the goddamn bills, and the lights never went off.
Okay, well,
She had
hold on one second.
hold on.
Hold on before you get too far with that. Are you giving
Yeah, I
us
can't.
are you giving us anecdotes from your life, or is this some larger point you're trying to make?
It's a larger point. It's on a mass scale. Like black people, I'm gonna tell
Okay.
you like this. Okay, Mr. Stanley, I'm glad you allow me to be on your platform. You know, and God be the greatest
Well,
and high
it's not a
speed to
matter
you.
of allow. I like having you here. But make your
But
point.
listen, but the thing is, when it comes down to us, we have to understand within ourselves our capabilities and our non-possibilities. And then we interlope or intertwine with people, you got to look at their strengths and their capabilities according to yours, right? And if you are able to not have those capabilities and still manipulate and get the job done, I think you are a profound leader because you're capable of doing it. So you don't worry about what position a person is in, because they had to be capable of something to get into that position.
Well,
We'll
that
figure
is not always the case, but
always, not
I would say
always.
most times. But let me tell you, let me pontificate a little bit because I was listening to Cellulite, his show earlier,
Oh
where
Lord.
he's going after Ben Crump and stuff like that. Well, no, you know what? I like Cellulite. He has his politics, and he and I always disagree, but we've kind of learned to be cordial with each other. You know, we'll throw our shots, but you know, it's all in good fun. Here's what I
Cellulite
see
is a
though.
wolf without a home, man. That man crazy.
Well, here's the
He's trying to
deal.
make a way.
Unapologetic manhood was in my chat earlier. And here's the deal. Black people, for some reason on YouTube, seem to think that they're not racists. I don't get it. So let me give you this one example. So unapologetic manhood says he voted for Barack Obama at least one time because he was black. And then he goes now afterwards, years after Obama's out of office, he goes, well, Obama was raised by a white woman and his grandparents, they were white too. So my question to him is, how is that not a racist sentiment? You voted for a man because he's black. Sounds racist to me. You didn't actually look at anything other than his skin color. And then now, so Barack Obama is less black because he grew up in his words, like a white man. He was raised like a white man. That's like premium racist. How are you less racist making these points in your voting pattern than any, like, I don't know, Be Brave or somebody? It's the same thing to me.
Watch this, Stan. Okay, the racism part I can get because he said simply he voted for him without knowing the policies or whatever, just because he's black. That's the racism part.
Correct.
Okay, but the prejudice is a difference. The prejudice is
okay. Hold on before you go there. Hold on before you go there.
My bad.
There are many before you start separating prejudice from racist, that doesn't exist. All racists are prejudiced. Not all prejudice is racist.
Well,
that is dictionary definition. I'm not guessing here. I know I'm right.
Okay, I understand. I understand because I truly understand, because I'm not racist. I can never be racist because I don't have the power to stop.
Well, you were talking about light-skinned grandma.
But listen what I'm saying though. But I am
could read.
But okay, but I'm saying though, but I am prejudiced to a certain extent. It ain't, look, I am prejudiced. That's just having a dislike for certain stuff or the behavior patterns of things I have came across, or humans I have came across that showing the behavior patterns that I do not like. I'm not racist, but I'm highly prejudiced of certain things. So, okay.
Well, hold on. Are your prejudices based on culture, skin color? What are your prejudices based on?
My prejudices are based on behavior patterns. It don't matter what color you are. My prejudice. Look, I'm deeply prejudiced. Look, and then I got a musical ear, right?
Well, before you move the goalpost, are certain behaviors associated with skin color?
No. No. My prejudice is based on. Okay, understand. My prejudice is deep, right? My thing is, like they say, first interaction. My prejudice starts based on how you interact with me, or how I see you interact with someone else. It don't even have to be me. Like, say for instance, Stan, if we sitting somewhere together and we in a certain environment, and I see somebody treat you a certain way, and it's in my mind, and I perceive it's unfair, I can be totally prejudiced toward the person because somebody else did that, regardless of the race. They might have done it to another race, but I'm looking at it like this. Why did you go over there picking on Stan? And Stan was just sitting over there on the car. Why did you walk out there just because you brought your white ass or black ass out there with your mindset messing with that man? So my prejudice is gonna be, so you got a certain thing in you to where I do not need to be around, because if Stan is my friend and you went over there and walked over there and talked, I might slap you across the back of your head with a gin ball. You know what I'm saying? Because you messing with him. Why are you messing with him and he is not bothering nobody? So the prejudice, you disturbing the peace is my prejudice. Whatever peace somebody got or whatever they say, don't attack them because of their mindset. Teach them. Teach them. Don't go over there. If this person is spewing out bull crap or whatever, don't go over there and say, don't be a primitive minded person and say, I'm finna whoop him. No. You don't know that I might have that same ape shit in me. To where I'm saying, look, I just ain't messing with him now because he's doing his thing. My prejudice is he out there chimping out, right? I ain't did my monkey call yet. So don't go over there bothering that person. You know what I'm saying? Because I can be just on another day, I can just be just as foolish as him. But until you hear him out or her out, don't jump to judgment. People are always afraid of what they don't understand. My prejudice is jumping to conclusions and think you're going to be primitive and whoop it out of somebody. You are not going to whip it out of somebody because all at the same time, it's going to bring amount. My prejudice is leave people alone. Let them express themselves. Your first initial behavior with them, it's upon you, that individual, that person. I don't like the way they directed their conversation towards me or how they talk. It's your job to remove yourself. Are you stupid or are you dumb? So if you go over there and try to whoop it.
Let's welcome Tina right quick. Hey Tina.
Okay.
Hi. Do you
Hi,
even
Tina.
understand what this American politics we're talking is about?
I think it's about slaves, right?
No.
My bad. Look, I ain't gonna drop down. I'm just mute because
No, it's not. It's not about slaves,
what I'm
Tina.
saying. No, they feeding on what I'm saying, and they want to get down to the. They want to get down to the gutter. I know, Stan, because I know they want to get with them.
Put them live from the gutter, bitch. And then
I can hear it. Hold on. Look. Did
Wait,
you get
are you inebriated, ma'am?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, I can tell.
No, it sounds like she just.
Okay, Stanley.
It sounds like she just had a toothful, and you on that good gas right now. You know what I'm saying?
I wish.
Oh no,
Hey,
hell no.
hold on,
See,
hold on.
that's what I'm saying.
Hey, Rooster. That would be me, Rooster, with the good gas.
Lord Jesus.
Hey, Con.
Nah.
I think Bobby's original comment is it was funny and it needs to be a show title. He shouldn't have deleted it, but I'll find it.
What's the topic?
Well, Trump's speech, which we've only gotten a few minutes through, but that's fine.
Yeah, because this coon keeps talking.
I'm sorry, the what keeps talking?
I'm black. I can see it. I'm black. I can see it.
No, you can't say it on this panel.
No,
your blackness is not going to be your shield, ma'am. We don't do racist epithets or anything like that. So
hold on.
We try to avoid that.
Hold on, Stan. You meant to tell me
don't
she
go
was
there.
able to say that word, and this is a biracial kid talking to me. This is a biracial kid.
I'm mostly black. I'm mostly black.
I knew you were going to go there.
Jesus. One drop. We give based on the roll one. Based on the one drop rule, I can reverse that and give you to the white.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Don't be sorry. Be careful. Don't.
King Rooster. She's Canadian. Lord. She doesn't understand the culture.
They understand. Look,
I do the Humpty Hump. Do the Humpty Hump.
They understand. And look, every ethnicity that comes around black people always try to push black people to say, "I'm sorry." Don't be sorry. Be careful.
Well,
I can't stand a sorry.
I'm sorry, my brother.
No, hold on. Stan, let me tell you this one slogan. You got to get this in your head because you're a true Southern. I can't stand a sorry son of a bitch or a
Humpty
daughter of a
Hump.
bitch.
Well,
Be
but here's the
careful.
deal, Rooster. With age, I just discovered what I just ignore and what's important. Tina,
Look.
Tina has been her YouTube training about Black culture, American culture. She has gone through CT University. She's gone through Bob University. She's
She
gone
I
went to
through
the
love
wrong
chicken.
CM.
classes.
Okay, what I need you to do is let me speak, please, Tina. You have bad cultural training. CT's a moron when it comes to American culture and Black
And
culture.
he is an
He
African.
has his way of thinking. He was born here though. He has his way of thinking. Bob the same way, CM the same way. These people, they're basically nitwits when it comes to American culture. And most people are.
And
So
okay,
you've had
I
bad
am
training.
sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
why I don't come after you for using the coon word because you don't know any better.
I have never heard that word coon used this much until I came to the internet. I live in the real Jim Crow South where your little ass will be called a wop down here. And they
A
will beat
Well,
you
let
what?
me
stupid.
tell you
What does
something.
that mean?
Rooster, go ahead, Tina, and then I want to respond to Rooster
Okay,
because
go
he
ahead,
Auntie,
brings
Tina.
up a
no
point
one's
that I
gonna tell
want to
me that I'm
develop.
not black. I'm blacker than
Okay,
most of the
who
people on
cares if you're
channels.
black or not?
No, because he
That's
said, "What the fuck
irrelevant.
is a WAP?"
Okay, Tina,
Stanley, you
what
are being biased.
Tina,
Stanley, you are being biased.
Tina, Tina, what you need to
Yes,
do.
Papa. Papa, say it.
We
She
have
don't
given you
understand.
a little bit of carte blanche, pun
Okay.
intended. So just
All right, Papa.
engage your carte blanche.
She
My
said
carte
Papa.
blanche.
So she's a
To your
Mexican
point,
in the
hold on,
Canadian
Rooster.
area.
Hold on, Rooster.
That's crazy.
You are absolutely right. And I kind of said this or alluded to it earlier. I actually think that the blacks on YouTube, like an Angry Man, like a CT, like a Bob, like an Izzy Bands, they use the N word more than I've ever heard white people use it. And then they get mad when white people use it. Um,
They
I
use
don't know
it
if you saw
to
Nidish's
their
show the other
benefit.
day. No, what it is these black men want to act like if they use it. I've literally heard them basically say that, hey, we can use the N word, but white people can't. Well, if most of these fucking MAGA blacks are free speech absolutists, so if they can say it, the white boys are thinking, well, I can say it too. We're free speech absolutists. I think that the black people in this particular sector, they're more racist and they get mad when white people are being racist.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Stan. Like when it comes down to like the bare bones of being racist, I think black people in this space are more racist. They are. If you
I
just want
agree.
to take away that, if you want to take away the actual definition of being racist, yeah, black people
Well,
are
the
more
actual
racist.
definition is judging people based on their race, which is artificial to begin with. When I hear someone like Ock Nation talk about sun people and gliders, like I literally, and I haven't listened to Ock Nation in over a year, but I remember one night just being in the chat. Of course, I'm going to be roasting idiots in the chat. That's what I do. But they're talking, it's a white guy and Ock Nation up there agreeing that old sun people are good at dancing and music and the arts, and gliders are better at math and science. This is a white man and a black man, both of them over 30, agreeing on, hey, we're racists and we agree on our racism. Dude, it was disgusting. And black people not understanding black history or black history in an American history context using that N word, I even think is a term of endearment. It's disgusting. That's why I don't like having it used on my panel.
And I love
Stan,
Rosa Parks. I love Rosa Parks.
Yeah, she was about your skin tone.
Okay, Stanley.
Oh,
But look,
I
Stan,
can make jokes too, ma'am.
I'm
Stanley,
being
the
serious.
thing that I have noticed, people use like when it comes down to racism or they don't even want to talk about bigotry, but when it comes down to racism, yeah, I understand that based on the Webster's dictionary, which a lot of these people right now in 2026 have never seen thesauruses or dictionary. You remember the books that used to come? They don't know the
Oh,
actual
brother.
definition, so they use whatever term that they heard on 3 platforms, and they make their way of saying, okay, this is what it is. But racism, bro, and the way people speak, black people on YouTube are actually racist.
I
Based on
agree.
the
And
back,
most of the black people, hold on one sec. Most of the black people on YouTube are as uneducated as their white benefactors. And
that's
Tina,
a fact.
I know you love you some Rosa Parks. How about look up Fannie Lou Hamer, who is darker skinned, and see if you like her.
I will like her too, but that's
She was
not the
much
point.
more Fannie Lou Hamer, much more important to the civil rights movement than Rosa Parks was.
And Ruby Bridges.
Right.
And then also, Rosa Parks wasn't the first person that tried to boycott incident. It was actually a darker person.
Yeah,
But
I was.
so
No, I was just
Rosa,
curious to know if you would identify with Fannie Lou Hamer, Tina.
I do, because I'm a black woman. No one's gonna tell me I'm not
Are
black.
you?
Stanley, don't
Okay.
fucking start this shit right now.
no.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Listen,
Did you just
look,
curse at me on my own panel, young lady?
You're right.
Stanley,
Sorry. Sorry.
Stanley, let me do something for y'all. If I can, if I can't, right? The whole thing is what people are getting confused at because they are using the dictionary term of black. Black, damn.
Oh, brother, give me a break. Black is what you see a black person walking down the
Wait,
street, okay?
just
When I walk down the
I
street, I
think
look black. White people are gonna think I'm
I think.
black.
Oh,
That
Tina,
is
who?
a black
Tina,
person. The only people that think
Tina,
other
Tina.
black people aren't
I'm
black is the
sorry,
black community. That's the issue.
Tina,
Stick
Tina,
together, my brothers and sisters.
Tina.
Hold hands.
There is no black community. There are black communities. I don't think of black people as a monolith. YouTube, this particular sector, whatever it's
That
called,
community.
is kind of an example of how diverse we can be, even in our thoughts. So I don't know. Everybody must be driving or something. Chocolate.
I guess maybe it is kind of well from my side. It's like what 10:30 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only 7:30 here, so
Well,
we
I
got
I
time.
started late, so I'm in no rush to get off because I really do want to
Okay,
finish.
cool.
I really do want to
Listening
finish.
to his speech, yeah.
Yeah, because it,
Yeah, I
it
got you.
sounds like it's going to be a doozy.
And
It
it'll
is
be a
a doozy,
doozy.
Stanley. 'Cause he's special. That man is special. Not in a
Well,
good
I've
way.
got two beautiful young ladies up on my panel. I'm sipping on some Coors Light. I really need to get all fresh.
Listen, I will kiss chocolate right now.
Oh,
Oh my Lord. Don't be
oh,
giving
wow.
me a
Oh,
heart attack.
ooh. I'm gonna go check my
With
noodles. I'll be
consent. With consent.
Oh, come on now. That's not going to happen. So, we can go ahead and listen to a little bit more of President Trump's speech.
No, I'm a
And
Black
feel free.
Panther.
You're a what?
Black Panther.
You don't strike me as a Marxist.
I love my black people.
Yeah, okay. That must be real popular in your neck of the woods in
Yeah.
Canada. Do you even know any black people other than your family?
Yeah. Damn it. Oh my
Uh-oh.
God.
Who's that?
It's my baby.
Rooster.
Aw.
Oh,
You
a
know what?
baby. Oh,
I miss those days.
It's the terrible two. She's so bad. Oh my God.
You know, my son
this
never
is
went
her.
through terrible
Yeah.
twos. He was
Oh,
actually kind of pleasant as a 2-year-old.
I have to share something real quick, so don't pay me no mind. I just burnt the holy bananas out of my hand. So I'm
Oh
over
my
here just
Lord.
trying to let
What,
I think I
cooking?
gave myself a second. Yeah. A second
Did you
degree
run it
burn
under
trying
cold
to
water?
yes, I
Oh,
did.
Okay.
So now I put Jocelyn on
Stan.
it.
Yes, sir. Hold on one
Oh
sec.
yeah.
She just burned herself.
But it was an accident.
She should put
I
butter
had
on it.
the mitten.
Butter.
Yeah. I put I'm trying to watch it now because
Real butter.
yeah, I got real butter. What you think I'm talking about?
She's from
Baby, I
she
cook. You
she's
think I
Better than
got
that
she she
I didn't
knows
get this figure.
her southern ways.
Look, I got you. My grandma taught me. She said I wasn't go not though. So yeah, Rooster, we on the same page. But yeah, so just to overlook me a little bit, I'm in a little bit of pain, but I'm about to
Oh.
remedy that. So no, that's okay. Give me about 10
Oh.
minutes.
You're gonna burn one
I'm
for
about
your
to
burn?
I'm gonna burn one for my burn. I'm about to toss it up. Yep. But we can still listen to this to speak or
Well,
whoever
Rooster
was
wants
talking.
to say something, then Tina,
Yes,
short
go ahead.
briefly, and
Yes.
then
I'm
we'll
a
go
Black
back.
I'm
Panther.
not
You know what?
all right.
You sound so cute when you say that. Rooster, you got anything? Well, I guess not. Let
Unsalted,
us
by the
go.
way, Rooster. The butter
Correct.
I use.
All right. Well, let's listen to a little bit more of President Trump.
Their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
Million.
That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, many
The
cases,
deep state. Oh
and
my
our
God.
intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. they did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else. And to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is,
Okay. Now I hope he will get to the grand jury indictments and what the Justice Department is doing to prosecute said deep state people. I bet he doesn't get to it.
this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say the cover up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA
I'm sorry, I meant
reporting
to put this
explicitly
back the way it
stated,
was.
and I
My
quote,
bad.
in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his reelection. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible
Jesus
to do
Christ,
exactly
dude.
that.
This
Going
is so
on, this
sad.
document says, and this is by the CIA,
Like me, like
the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of talent.
So is this the same guy saying G's like a good guy? This dude is a flake. And I suspect I'm starting to lose confidence in Donald Trump's mental capabilities right now. Last
Really?
week,
What makes you say that?
well, I don't know. Last week, he published pictures of him and G all buddy buddy on that visit to China. And all of a sudden, he's just saying, well, China fucked up our elections in 2020, of course, not 2024, but 2020.
And built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review.
Brooklyn, Sleepy Joe never accused China of interfering with elections. So when Sleepy Joe does that, I will have comments.
But it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years.
Let me tell you something, and I've commented abundantly. Trump has basically taken the Justice Department, which with the Defense Department was one of the crown jewels of the executive branch of government, and he has gutted it. He's fired many competent people, and the other competent folks go, I'm not doing this. He's got a clown car for the Justice Department, and soon Pete Hegseth is going to make the Defense Department, not the Department of War, the Defense Department, a clown car as well. They're going to lose every fucking case. Donald Trump's record, even in his second term, prosecuting people, it's just like ridiculously bad. Comey free, Letitia James free, Adam Schiff free. None of his high priority targets, dude, they barely spent money on lawyers' fees because the shit would get thrown out like right off the bat. I have no confidence that Donald Trump is going to be able to prosecute anyone with, dude, the same people who handled the alien files handled this election fraud stuff. As a matter of fact,
What about Space Force?
It might have been written by aliens. I suspect they've got aliens in the basement of the White House churning out reports. Used to be.
Are you sure they're not at the pizza place?
Well, it was that double secret basement that they couldn't find.
I bet a man showed up with a weapon. Yes.
They're all fueled by adrenochrome, by the way.
Oh my gosh, not adrenochrome. The communist judges let them go for. Why are we using communism like it's
stop it?
like when did we start?
Because okay, let me just say this. People say I was accused yesterday of being a communist by some midwit white boy who used to be in the Navy, and I had to get him straight. Like, son, if you and I had been on the same ship in the Navy, what would you have called me? And it wouldn't have been Stan. So, you know, how is he going to respond to that? This is my darling Brooklyn Watson, my far right producer, executive producer of this show. She gets to say what she wants to say, and I just make jokes and move on. So we are a fair and balanced show here. We've got Ms. Kimmy, the MAGA princess, and we've got me, who thinks Donald Trump is a clown. So I just wanted to set everybody straight. She says what she wants to say, and I just make jokes.
And I just, I got you. And I
Stan
just
has
put
to
in
be
the
fair.
definition. Yes, I like
And
good information. So I just put in
if the
what a
rooster
communist is.
if Rooster is on Stan's panel, you know he has to be fair and balanced because I'm not. Yeah, yeah. I'm just being
Well, I
honest,
try.
you know. Well, try again. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said it couldn't be done, but he would have chuckled replied that maybe it couldn't, but he be the one who wouldn't say so till he tried. So he buckled right in with a bit of a grin with his faces. If he word he did it, he started to sing as he tackled that thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. All held to Stan, the man. Stan is the man.
Oh man, that is so
Stan.
kind.
You understand what I was just doing though, but just letting you know, I come from a different
Well,
breed.
I appreciate it, and let's hear some more from President DJT, greatest president ever, according to
Oh, I
Bobby.
have to.
Americans were blatantly lied to about.
Oh, you're gonna say something? I'm sorry.
No, just yikes. Go ahead.
Well, no, you said you looked up something. That's my bad. You said you looked
Oh
up
no, that's
communists.
fine. No, I did, and I put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Because if we're gonna
Well,
call
yeah,
each other stuff,
because
at
I was
least have
called
the definitions.
I was called a Marxist, and funny enough, my
I,
response is
I
Marx actually is the best critique of capitalism. Uh, I appreciate Marx. You know, I'm not living my life. I'm not living a Marxian life, but dude, you can't discount him. He was right on so many things. That's why they still teach him. Even in conservative schools like Claremont, they teach Marx. So anyway.
well,
The
it's so
security
that
of
you go ahead.
Mhm. Okay.
our
Yeah.
election infrastructure,
Mhm.
including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote.
So all these years, we've been sending election observers overseas to places. No, we should have kept them here to look at our elections. Oh,
Of
oh,
course.
Don, you're going. This dude, he is literally gonna wind up being impeached at this rate. And at some point, it may be his own party that does it. This is a clown show that he's putting on.
Stan, just think about it. Okay, if they were saying they were sending election observers across seas, this is what we are going through, right? Send people over there to see what they think about moving to the United States, right? When they move to the United States, if you don't get it passed, if you are not going to agree to vote for a certain group of people, right? So it's smart because like during certain eras of
I share
dealing
with
with
you.
the United States, certain years, right? In certain years, we had an influx of foreigners coming over here. They were not coming over here for any other reason but because black people gave up on grandmama told me to vote this way. They have seen that black people stop voting, period. So in order to get the
Well,
proper
I
vote,
need you to I need you. No, black women have not.
no, not. I didn't say
Okay,
women.
so
I'm
when you
saying,
say black people, you need to be much more specific.
okay, okay. See, now you're trying to wrangle me. You
Oh no,
got me
no,
in
no,
the
no.
chokehold
I'm
now.
a stickler. I'm a stickler for
Okay,
precision.
okay. Look. So
Precision
you
of
talk.
language,
You oh, okay.
precision of ideology.
I
Black women,
understand.
let me tell you something else. Black women should
I
these
ain't want to get into that.
these idiots who are happen to be black men like Angry Man and John Galt and
Oh
CT.
Lord,
This
oh
bullshit.
Lord.
I'm not associating them with you. I'm just
No.
saying I've heard so many black males talk about, we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. Dude, they sound like fucking idiots because they're not voting either. You
Okay,
know,
right.
Why
But
at
okay,
least
Stan,
somebody's voting in the black community. It's not Angry Man.
my good sir, Stanley, I understand that you speak softly and carry a big stick. I look,
Is that what I
I
do?
understand. Yes, I ain't never heard you raise your voice. That's what I'm saying. So
Oh, I
you
do all the
are
time.
no. See, well, I guess my hearing decibels are at a certain peak. It's non-threatening, but you speak softly and carry a big stick, but you get your point across. So
Right.
the thing here, bro, when it comes down to certain people, you got to understand that certain people are just on the internet trying to make money, and they are idiots, totally
That
idiots.
is such a good point. I honestly see I'm one of these naive people. I literally don't like when I close out my computer for the night and tomorrow morning when I
You
get
don't
up and
lose
see
any
my
sleep.
son in the hallway, dude, I don't change. I am me all the time. Now,
That's
of
what
course
I'm
I
saying.
code switch. Like I will treat chocolate a little bit, more because I have a crush on her. I don't have a crush on you.
Lord,
So
she pretty though.
I'm gonna treat
And
you
then she's a
in
thick one though.
chocolate
She pretty
differently.
now. Chocolate
Right,
pretty
but
though. She think I don't like her.
the bottom line is I don't play a character, and I sometimes
Yeah.
it's very hard for me to understand that, if an Angry Man or a CT or these people are playing characters, sometimes it's hard for me to follow because I think people should be themselves all the time.
No, a lot of times, Stan, what they are doing is because the world has not listened to them, right? And they got on a certain space on these social media platforms. Look, C19 helped these people so much to where they should be embracing the next flu. Bro, a lot of these people would never they people in their natural neighborhood, their cousins or brothers, or even the women in the house don't listen to them. But when
Mhm.
C19, the lockdown came through, everybody got on the internet. And everybody was trying to figure out this because they couldn't go outside, especially in the inner cities. But bro, a lot of look, Angry Man, he alright, but I don't have no respect. I'm telling me, myself, I don't have no respect for that dude. I don't know you like that. My understanding is you come from the north. My grandma always told me don't trust city slickers that come from the northeast out of the 13 colonies all the way down. No, bro. Be in the hell no. Sir, look, it's people on the internet that ain't been raised a certain way that don't know who to listen to. And they can't distinguish when something is wrong because they don't have no foundation of what to listen to. So when it
Right.
comes down to the Angry Man and everything, man, all these folks is on here to shame and get money off folks. Look, just pay attention to these platforms, Stan. You can,
But let me
like,
put it
holla.
to you this
Okay,
way. Let me
go
tell you
ahead.
something that's so funny. You know who Mr. Fantastic is, right? Uh,
Yeah, I know who he is.
I ran into him. Well, he came up because of something I said on Nidus's channel. Guess it was last week. So I kind of knew what I was doing, but I just fucking drilled in on it, dude. The the upshot is like YouTube is the worst place possible to get relationship advice.
Yep,
And
yep, yep.
and I literally told him I got a 20-year-old son. I've never told him to watch a YouTube show. You got your
Look,
daddy. I don't need
Stan,
fucking Kevin Samuels.
Mr. Stan, I'm gonna tell you like this, and then people probably gonna be mad because you allow me to say this. Trying to date on YouTube, it ain't gonna provide nothing but headaches, migraine, and STDs. That's all it is.
Well,
Man, man, you
it
better look at
depends.
look,
I could
man.
imagine that it could work out, but one of you's gonna have to have time to travel. Like so
That's too
many
much.
people on YouTube have like obligations because y'all are well, I'm not gonna talk about you, but you're fairly young too. Dude, I'm 61. My son is 20. Dude, in a month, he's gonna be back at school. I will literally be here
Uh,
alone. I have time. Most people with younger kids do not,
look,
and they
Stan,
shouldn't.
Stan. I've been on YouTube at least by like 6 or 7 years, bro.
Mhm.
I'm young. I just turned
Right.
41, right?
Oh my
But I
lord,
have
you're
been
younger than
able
I
to
thought.
look. I have look, but I got a lot of sense. But I don't act like it all the time now.
Well, that's
But
because you're from the South.
yeah, but
My mother used to call it mother wit.
look. But what happened is, look, the job that I do, and a lot of jobs that I do, allows me the space to do what I want to do. I've been doing this for years, right? Folks be
Mhm.
all, oh, Vic this and Vic that, Rooster this, Rooster that. Man, I can be on YouTube sun up to sundown. Go to work, come back. I don't need anything from anybody. And they get upset about that. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of people in these spaces. They are
Well, why do you think they
downtrodden
get upset?
because they're living situation of wherever coochie they came out of, it wasn't mine, mama. I don't got nothing to do with it. I look, it was things set in front of me before I was born. My people always had property or whatever. It don't. I don't give a damn if it was a goddamn mud hut in the middle of Africa. When I get off of YouTube, or if anything fall, I can go to that mud hut in Africa, right? A lot of these people, what they are doing on the internet is they sizing people up, right? Every channel that y'all make, every yes, you say they got a no towards it, or especially when you bring pretty women on it. If they ever think that you are trying to put your post hole digger in that woman, they'll flag your channel. This is what you're dealing with in these spaces. And then
Right.
some of the women are just as dirty too, because like say Stan, if you say, "Hey man," and you can say it with a soft voice, "I'm I'm at this age, I'm 60 some years old, and I have an abundance of things," and you come up on platforms, shutting people down and throwing super chats and everything, bro. Don't you know how many women will be in the same situation where they have certain things going on platform, and they'll be trying to beat the next chick to the door. So,
I don't
and
know
then
about
the
that.
men are getting mad. Hold on. The men will get mad because they have their Rolodex rolling too. Oh, you gonna go over there with Stan? instead of going with me, I'm younger than that old ass nigga. He don't know nothing. Bro, this ragged boy. You got that?
Well, let me put it to you this way: when that when that day happens, I will consult you in how to manage it.
No, look, the only thing, no, you ain't got to consult me. I'm gonna tell you, look, are you all right after you had so much fun? Hey, but you better watch the one that she turned down just to get to you. Instead, look, look.
Oh, dude. Hey, you know what, King Rooster? That just reminded me. I haven't even talked about it, and I probably won't talk about it, but dude, like I listened to a little bit of Bomb Cherry today. Who
Oh
boy.
Lord, just
It's like, oh my God. Who
But see,
knew?
it wasn't surprising. Look, it wasn't surprising to me because of the person, the main dude that's involved with it. I used to always mess with him because he's in the same trade that I'm in, right?
Yeah.
Look,
Mhm.
we drivers, bro, and I'm gonna tell
Mhm.
you like this: the average person all across the United States did not make the money that a driver makes, right?
Mhm.
That's why they got
Mhm.
all that, bro. If I was old ratchet ass downtrodden, didn't give a damn about my kids or my wife or whatever, don't you know I can buy up the internet? Like when it come down to women, I can just straight come here. Go. Women have over the period of years, women are always willing to travel for smoke sausages. They have all look
Okay.
women. I don't give a damn how they get mad or whatever. Women will travel for their smoke sausage because all at the same time, the
Well,
world
why
is
would they
always
travel
against
if
them.
you have the means of travel?
Hold on, no,
You can come to
no,
them.
a lot. No, but all at the same time, what happens is with women, they want to change of location because all at the same time they move in silence, right? They move loud, but they move inside. But the whole thing is, a lot of women are downtrodden, right? They did them been through some tragic shit in their life. They need some help, need bandages, stitches, and gauze to prepare to repair their ass. So if they can get to a certain situation where a man is distinguished, settled, and has enough money, she's trying to trick that
Well,
man into
let me ask
providing
you a question
stability,
though.
right?
That man who is distinguished and all that, he'll want a woman who's distinguished as well.
No,
I
hell
would
no,
think.
hell no. You must have, look, you would think, but you must ain't went to the tailgate parties or tailgate parties on most distinguished colleges or the HBCUs
You
or
know what?
bro.
The answer
Look,
would be no. I went to the University of
okay,
Georgia.
okay,
Most of the people who were doing tailgating were like fucking elderly.
elderly, and they was out there bopping canes and doing the hisses, stomping like a Q dog and all. Listen to what I'm saying. Stand. Look, I've been around some certain things, right? Man, the stuff I done seen, like dealing with people trying to be noticed. A lot of these young chicks on the internet are trying to be noticed. And even if they reached a certain age, they don't, the survival mechanism kick in. Once they see somebody that's supposed to be prominent as a male, and and like they got gravitate towards. Look, Stan, if I was on here and they ain't give a damn about my wife or whatever, and she'll say, "Oh, my man can have another female." If I could get my wife to say that, don't you know how many women will probably flock to a channel that I don't even run, or every time they see me and everything? If I tell my wife to come out here and say, "Oh hell yeah, he can have one of you hoes as long as he pay the bills up in here," Man, look, these
Well,
folks are suffering.
that might be
These
you're
folks
only
are
41.
suffering, man.
You are only 41. You are
Look,
kind of lucky
Stan.
that way. You know, I'm
Yeah.
61. I'm 20 years older. Ain't no women flocking to my
No,
ain't no women
no,
flocking to my
no.
channel.
Look, Stan, I'm finna show you something. You said your channel, but I'm talking about real living situation. Man, look, I'm a commercial truck driver. I got clearance, bro. I got like clearance
Mhm.
to go on ports and all this shit. Look,
Right.
I went to California. California was the craziest place I ever. Man, I saw the most beautifulest crackheads ever. Bro, they living in tents and popping out this shit looking like models, like Instagram models and all this. Look, bro, women on the internet, the most women that's on the internet getting entangled in this thing that's going on with men and men that's fluttering their money out. They don't have much. They're moving on survival.
But let
Look,
me ask you a
if
question. You don't think what you're saying is the least bit red pill? Like
nah,
women are
I don't.
this, women are
Look,
that. Women need
no.
men.
Men moving like that too. Look, this is what I'm saying. If a man is in shape, coming fresh out of prison, and then he's preserved, because prison will preserve you, or jail will preserve you. You don't look like you got to keep in shape. You extra thicker, or to lift more weights, or have to go through. Look, that woman that sees you in total athletic fitness, when you come out of jail for a certain period of time, she's going to naturally pick you whether you got shit or not. She's going to basically look not at the monetary value. Oh, that boy got goddamn abs and biceps and triceps like a goddamn Brahma bull. He can fight this motherfucker that's in my house that I've been cheating on. She finna get you another charge. That's what I'm finna say. But she finna put you up to the next man that was already there that she ain't told you about. So it's always a survival game with the woman, bro.
Well, let me ask
She
you a
finna put.
question, and this is kind of a serious question.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't want to even be involved with a woman who would go, "Oh, hey, the guy that I dated before you was a prisoner because he had big biceps and he looked like he
They
had the stamina of
ain't
a
gonna
bull."
never tell you that. Look,
Most
Stan, they
women
ain't gonna
don't
never
read
tell you that.
books.
Hold on, Stan. I'm gonna tell you this is true. This is the God honest truth. And a lot of these women ain't gonna like what I'm saying after I tell you this. A lot of
Oh, I
these
bet
women
they
have
won't.
experience. Oh, look, I'm gonna show you something. A lot of women ain't gonna tell you who they previous people is. Out of the five previous people, one of them dead. And if one of them probably dead by what they decisions, or being around that man and made a bad decision, or they called somebody on them or whatever, or they family. I'm telling you, Stan, a lot of men are dead right now, and these women, or even STDs, bro. When they talk about body counts, bro, a lot of these men, that's why these women come up in these channels talking, oh, men won't go to the doctor. No, you don't. That man ain't going to the doctor. His ass itching and burning, but you know your ass was itching and burning before you even met that nigga at the Waffle House. But
Well,
you,
I see we have devolved into the N word. Let's
my
try and
bad, my
avoid
bad.
that.
Oh, the necessary specimen of a human being. Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
should do is start charging $2, but nobody's gonna pay $2.
My bad. Stan, I forgot.
It's all right. Don't worry about
Look,
it.
I
So
be
let's
outside,
get back
Stan.
to a little Trump. And folks, the link is posted. Don't be shy.
But that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020. And that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable.
What he's not saying is registered to vote. I didn't hear him say in federal elections. Okay, again, there are some local elections in places like California where non-citizens can vote. It's not illegal for someone to, I don't know, in a place like, some small town in California, that has a lot of non-citizen Hispanics. It's not against the law to let people vote in a local election. He's literally doing a conflation. He's not being specific. And this is what people like Donald Trump do. And this is what MAGA voters like, I'm not going to pick on anybody because they're not here to defend themselves. But MAGA blacks, they're eating this shit up. Oh, the elections, the elections. There are 3 or more tiers of elections in Savannah, for instance. There's city, there's county, there's state, there's federal. There are 4 tiers of elections. And if Savannah decides to let someone in a particular district in Chatham County run or elect an alderman and they're a non-citizen, states can do that. Federales have no control over local elections. This is what Donald Trump does. And maybe he's too, you know what? I'm not going to even go there. He's conflating, and people are going to eat this up, assuming he means federal elections. Nah, he just said elections. If he meant federal elections, he would have been more precise. Thank you, MAGA voters. Y'all be dumb.
That no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month.
Once again, federal government has zero control or oversight over a mayoral election in California. People don't seem to understand that it is literally spelled out in the Constitution who controls elections, and it's not the federal government. States' rights, buddy.
Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going.
Stan.
They want to protect the radical left. They can't
Okay, hold
have
on one
a
sec.
great country, and that's
Look, Stan, the way Trump is speaking, he sounds as if he be like under another account on YouTube, bro. Like in our spaces, right? He sounds as if like he's paying attention to like what happens in our spaces. Just pay attention now. What he's saying is it actually goes on in our spaces.
Okay, I'm confused. You mean Trump?
No.
Is it?
Nope, not it ain't got nothing to do with Trump. Remove Trump and just think about what he's saying. Just remove Trump. What he is saying, just take it for just like face value. What Trump is saying is actually what happens in these. That's why you get upset with certain people. That's why other people get upset.
Let me just hold that point right quick. I don't get like Brooklyn is saying, I don't hate Trump. I don't know Trump. I think we can do better than Trump, but like hate? No, of course I don't. I get upset with a lot of these content creators on YouTube, not because I even think they're stupid. I just think they talk about stuff that they don't know. I probably get more upset with the people in their chats because they don't know any better either.
Oh,
So
and you also will have to get upset with those people in the chat because certain content creators will allow people to block you in their chats because you have a
right,
different mindset. So
or ask
that's
them
the
to.
frustration. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. What
Hmm.
Trump is saying, just remove Trump. Just
Hmm.
let's take it off the political thing that's going on with the world, and
Hmm.
let's like bestow it all up on these YouTube content creators platform. What Trump is talking about, he's not talking about really what's actually going on in the world. He's talking about how people that's beneath him has never been rich as him has the audacity to say, hey, you can't be a star. All of this stuff that Trump is doing is for like show business. That's what they have
Right.
been doing, but he's just too far out there with it. They just saying that no, Trump, you can't just go just throw it all out. This is like the just say for instance, me and you Stan, we've been stealing, but we've been stealing good. We walk around the block with nice clothes and everything, but we find another robber. But see, Trump is the extra one. I came from a good house. We always been flashy. He gonna be the one that go tell. We've been stealing this shit for over 10 years. He ain't been around though. He gonna get us in trouble. Then that's what the white world is saying. The white world is saying, hey, some of this shit sounds too goddamn triple K-ish. We've been doing this for so long, but you just too blunt with the shit. We've been underhandedly doing this shit. We've been underhandedly tricking folks into voting for us, saying that we're gonna do certain things, but you are basically telling them folks, I ain't even do shit for you. Hey, you get what you get, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like a New Yorker. You get what you get, baby. You understand what I'm saying, Stan?
Right. No, I get it.
So they don't look. Little Wayne, which is the person that he let off, right? He said in his rap, hate the game. Don't hate the game, hate the institution. That's what Trump should be saying. Don't hate the game. No. Hate the institution. The institution before Trump ran for presidency years ago. He didn't win. The institution was already running. And it was somewhat worse than it is now. Because they was look, you did hold on, Stan. They didn't
well, how
have
long
YouTube.
are you gonna go on before I get to respond?
Okay. My bad.
How about just go ahead and make it brief? I finish your point.
You got it. Look.
Oh well, I was going to
set.
say I would no. You go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, Stan. I understand how you feel about certain things, but the thing is,
people hold on. Just hold that point right quick.
No. My bad. I was wrong.
No. People seem to think that I'm all up in my feelings. I hate Trump, dude.
I'm not saying about that.
No, not you. I said people, not you.
Sure.
My life is great. I literally have, dude, I've been so fucking lucky in my life. Great parents, etc. I talk about it all the time. I don't talk about my failures because my failures are not that inspiring. Maybe they are, but maybe one of these days I'll share some of them. But the bottom line is I'm not getting all up in my feelings about Trump being a horrible president. Brooklyn says that I'm missing important points. No. bottom line is Trump is not talking about federal election law. He's talking about elections in general. He is criticizing the Los Angeles mayoral race because the person he wanted to win didn't win. A president of the United States has no business even critiquing a
The
local
lower level.
election.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah.
Yeah, he has no business. And that he's doing it is a tell. It
That's
means
called a manipulation of the swing.
he's poking his nose into something a president has no business poking his nose into. The federal government does not control elections. States do, localities do.
Right.
That's
Right.
the important point you seem to miss, Ms. Watson. Dude, the
So
president has no business even talking about it. He can't do anything about it without force. So
so
go ahead.
basically what was going on, Stan, like a president has no business dealing with people at a local level until they get to that area of being
No, that's
in the
not my
Senate or
point.
no, I might be saying it wrong. But the thing
He
is,
has
if you are
no business. He can have his opinion all he wants. He can pick the candidate, but he does not have a right to get up on a national stage from the White House in prime time and talk about LA elections. It's not his purview.
hold on, Stan, watch this. We have constitutional laws, right? Freedom of speech. So the way they think about freedom of speech today, he actually has that right because
Okay,
he's actually
you are totally missing my point. I said
I no,
he
I
can
didn't
have
miss
an
your point.
opinion. Okay, but let me make it very clear to you. This dude is in the White House speaking to the country as president of the United States. He
Right,
doesn't have the power to
right.
change local elections. Why is he wasting the American people's time? Now,
But
he can
watch
talk
this.
about it. He can talk about it, but I can criticize it.
But watch this though. He does not have the power, but he also has the influence. If he talks about a
No, he
certain thing,
doesn't. Not
so,
not in
no
California.
influence. Look, influence.
Not in California. It is a solidly Democratic state.
I
He doesn't have
understand
that
that.
kind. He doesn't have that kind of influence in Los Angeles.
Okay, I'm just going on the bare minimums of the words, right? That I'm using, right?
Well,
Bare
don't go on the
minimum.
bare minimum of what the words mean. Go on the maximum of what they could mean.
Oh no, I can't look. I'll leave that up to you, Stanley. You know what I'm saying? My good fellow. Listen what I'm saying. The bare minimum of the word that he may not have the power to muscle somebody into thinking a certain way, but if he constantly says a certain thing and presents himself and spew his rhetoric, he can persuade the minds of certain people by
I
saying certain
disagree with
things.
that.
No, but listen what I'm saying. Perception is everything. If I see
I'm
Stanley Cross,
sorry. Once again, let me tell you why perception isn't everything. Number one, California is so blue. He literally, when's the last time Trump has even been to California? He wouldn't be welcome, for starters.
I
Number
understand what
two,
you're saying.
Trump after this 2026 midterm, he's going to be a lame duck, especially if the Democrats take one of the two houses of Congress. Dude,
So okay,
lame ducks in American history don't have that much power. The only
okay,
way, let me finish, please. The reason Trump is so desperate with the whole election shenanigan fake news stuff is because if the Democrats win the House, he literally loses power because he'll be a
All
lame
right,
duck.
I understand that, but
So
with
what you're
my
seeing is desperation.
no, what I'm saying is with my lower level of thinking and looking at the chessboard, not checkers, like people say, he is looking at California. I'm thinking monopoly right now.
To do what?
The whole thing is if he can win over people in California, he can do what he was trying to do across seas. He can he can try to pull out bobcats and dumpsters, run all of the poor people. Because when y'all speak about blue, not saying you, when y'all say blue, California is struggling. People can say
No,
they're
it's
living
not.
in the limelight. Look, bro, it's so many people living in Coleman tents and shit with flat screen
So
TV. That shit is trash.
okay, I
No,
need you, let's think about this. Californians may be struggling, but California, the state, is not.
the state is not, but the average human being, I can't say like me and you, but the average human being that sets foot on the soil of California, you better go to Walmart and catch you a tent because you are one goddamn pinky toe out the door if you ain't got no skills. I'm telling you, folks can
Okay,
think
but
it's good.
that is a people problem. It's not a state problem.
Well, if the people are living in the state that are going through that, it's a state problem. It's a state because look,
You could be
safe
right.
it.
You could be right.
Hold on, you did that. See, you try to pick my brain. You try to see. This is the goddamn. This is some Stanley. Don't do me like that now. Listen,
But
what
wait, hold it. Do you like what? I said you
I'm.
could be
Hold
right.
on. I could be right, but just think about it. Stanley, you have a nice, clean house, right?
Oh,
Nobody stays
you
there
could
but you.
say that.
But look,
Well,
you
my
may
son
have
said.
nice. No. You might have nice neighbors that you agree or disagree
Oh,
with,
yeah,
right?
my neighbors are
Those
awesome.
are okay. That's your struggle, right? But imagine if you
What struggle?
invite your cousin, old King Rooster, over
Dude,
there,
I
and
don't.
then hold on, and then I start pitching my tent on your front lawn, and then I start barbecuing, pissing up under the old oak tree. Look, it's not going to only be your problem. If I invite other people into there to do the same thing, it's going to become an area
Well,
problem.
let me
But
tell you two things. Number one,
yeah,
most people are really bad at hypotheticals and
my bad.
analogies.
I am.
No. It's not just you. But let me tell you another funny story. I've got a very long driveway. So my neighbor is like, well, the cops have been sitting in the driveway. I was,
In your driveway?
like, yeah, like for hours at a time. And I was like, that's interesting. Now I don't know. Maybe she was like, I guess I told her I have no
She's
clue,
selling
but
bots.
I'm not that concerned because I haven't done anything wrong. Who knows why they're there? Well,
but no.
as it turns out, across my yard and off to the right side of the house, there's like a bunch of woods there. And apparently there were people, just like homeless people, camping in the
Living.
woods, and they got like complaints. So the best place to observe would be from my driveway. So once I found that out, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I haven't done anything. If Believe me, if I'd done something wrong, the cops would be knocking on my door. But let me tell you another story. Let me tell you another story. Months later, I'm here, my son's at school, so I get a knock at the door. I open it up, and the cops are there. So I'm like, well, hey, officer, what's up? He's like, well, I'm looking for so and so. It's a lady who used to live here like 10 years ago. So no, it was actually a guy. So
Oh
I'm like,
Lord
well,
Jesus, they were
sir,
finna beat you up.
I'm not that person. Do you need me to go and get my ID so you can make sure I'm not that person? He looked at me and said, no, we believe you. And that was it.
No,
This is small
so
town living. But my point is that no, there's gonna be no cousins. I don't Your analogy didn't work, I guess is my point.
it
I
didn't
don't
work,
fear
but
the cops.
because
I don't
it did
fear
not.
people barbecuing on my front lawn. It's not gonna happen.
Mr. Stanley, it did not work because we are not actually cousins, or I could just be a friend. If I was to
All
come
my
out there and
all
stand,
my cousins
hold on,
are old and successful or dead.
okay, but just say for instance, Stan, if we was like in cahoots, and I was to say, hey man, I got people down in Georgia, and I'm going to ride through the city, and then I'm going to stop off at your house and I come visit you and everything, and I'm kicking my foot up on your lawn
Mhm.
chair, and then I put a bag of charcoals in the grill and everything. But you allow these police to come over. Guess what? They are going to
Well,
associate me
well,
to
the
the
better
house next
question is
door.
what would I allow you to stay?
I don't know. I I never
It's like
asked.
it.
I,
Hey, let me
I
get
never
you a
asked. You know what
hotel.
I'm saying? I
Let me
never
get you a
asked.
hotel. Don't be
No,
kicking up.
no. But
Don't be
look,
bringing bags of charcoal.
hold on, Stan. Hey, from my understanding, Georgia is a beautiful place and they have big yards. Why can I
Well,
pull up with my Coleman?
not
Hold
every
on.
house has a
Why
big
can't
yard.
I? Hold on. Why can't I pull up with my inflatable Coleman tent?
Well,
Hey.
let me tell you why. Because I don't want my peace disturbed.
No, the Coleman tent. Look, this is
I
what I'm saying.
understand what a Coleman
They
tent is.
have okay, not the one that has metal rods. I'm talking about the ones you blow it up. Look, I'm talking about they have living
Like a
rooms
bouncy
in some of
house.
these things. Yeah. These up the $400, $500 tent. Look, I can look, and then they got porta potties. Look, they got porta potties. You never have to go in the house because they have bags that you put it. Look, what if I would say, I'm gonna pull up to your house and I'm gonna bring the whole family and we can run across the yard, you know what I'm saying? You got nice yard, you got Kentucky bluegrass, and we're gonna take
Well, I
pictures. We're
know
gonna
you're talking a lot, but what do you think my answer would be? Just out of curiosity.
uh I think that you are not uh Billy Goat Gruff or Scrooge. I don't think you that.
I think my answer would be only if it's the last resort. Here's a couple $100.
Right. Well,
Get a hotel room. Do not stay on my lawn.
no, not in the front. I'm talking about the back where the
Well,
shed
not
at.
even the back. No.
No. Look. It's okay. A lot of people don't understand the air is real good down in the South. Like
Okay, a lot
besides
of
the
people
mosquito,
don't understand that no means no.
you wouldn't say no
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I'd laugh when I said it.
because look. You sound like one of my look. You sound like my uncle. I can't stand people walking around me.
Oh,
Look,
no.
so
It's not that I can't stand. Why is this necessary if there are alternatives?
other
This is not
amenities,
necessary,
yeah.
dude. This isn't a war and y'all aren't refugees.
Listen,
If this were
you
if this were
man, you like this bullshit I'm kicking. See, you
why do
crazy.
you think I'm bullshitting?
No, but just listen what I'm saying. But say for instance, I'm saying no. I understand that. I got thousands of dollars. I could be in a hotel or whatever, but I'm gonna only be here for not a long time, but a short time, and I'm gonna blow this tent up. Let me plug this cord into your socket, and we out there eating lamb legs and all that. Man, you'll be out there, boy. We be out there,
dude. You
doing.
do not understand. Let me tell you a story. Years ago, I talked about this woman I dated when I was in the Navy. She was in the Navy too. She was a 6 foot tall, former Southern University graduate. She was a black goddess, and boy, damn, I sometimes regret. I was just kind of, it was my fault we broke up. But
hold on, I heard that story.
She was a
I
goddess.
heard that story.
But the
You ain't
thing
gotta do
is,
that.
well, did you hear the story about, she had to go to Mississippi because where she was from, and she had a young first cousin who'd been basically killed in like a shooting thing. So her family was going to bring her up 95 to Richmond, and I came over from Norfolk. We were going to meet at the hotel, and I'd take her back to Charlottesville, which is right up 64. It was not a hard trip. She was late. They were late getting in. So late that it was basically like daylight the next morning. And, for some reason or another, I back then I was sleeping in the nude. I figured she'd be here. She'd just get in and, nude, whatever.
Man, what the hell?
But they got in about 8 in the morning. So she comes in, and there's a whole trail of her family coming in to use the bathroom. Which in and of itself isn't a problem, but if she had known me better, she would have said, y'all, wait a minute, let me go in and talk to him. Dude, I'm not fucking these kids, like 10-year-old kids and old aunts and uncles coming in to use the bathroom. Dude, I'm under a white sheet, butt naked. Oh, hey, dude, I can't even get up and meet the elders like a gentleman because I'm butt naked. I was kind of annoyed. So, I'm kind of a formal person. If I'd never met her family before. And I'd be damned if I was going to meet them naked under a fucking sheet. Dude, it's embarrassing.
But Stan.
So I have a thing, dude. If I'm going to meet the family, I'm kind of formal that way.
Okay, run with me though, right? If she had pulled up with the family with a
she
bouncy
did
house,
pull up with the family.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay.
Dude, I was in a hotel room. They knocked on the door. It wasn't like a motel, it was a hotel. They had to go all the way in.
Yeah, like a hallway.
Hey, look, get dressed right quick. Dude,
okay.
We were just
watch
dating.
this though, Stan.
Never met her family.
Okay. If you was dating and you had a stable house, right? Just imagine if she had high hopes for you and she had pulled up with a Coleman tent with the blow up factor going on with it.
She better call ahead.
Look. You could have put her and her goddamn family in the backyard with that damn thing going.
Dude, it was a hotel room
all night. No. Listen what I'm saying. You ain't getting it. You ain't getting what I'm saying.
Okay, when I said people are bad with analogies, this is one of those times.
Okay, but
it was a hotel room. I just expected her. I didn't expect her whole family.
I understand. But
and
if you had
I would have been fine with it had she just gone, hey, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Be decent. I want you to meet my family. Y'all don't just fucking come through marching like we know each other. We've known each other for years. Now, that is me being overly formal. And we wound up breaking up over this. Her concept of family is different than mine. So I regret it. But dude, I can't change who I am. I'm not Mississippi. I'm Savannah, Georgia. And there's
Nah,
certain formalities.
she don't sound like no Mississippian. No, that's
No,
some
she was
other
awesome.
bullshit.
Again, it's
If you can
my
tell me
fault.
where she from, I can
Dude,
bet you she
she
is
was
not.
she literally was a keeper, and I fucked it up.
No, she probably was a keeper, but the way you explained her, bro, she may have been living in Mississippi, but she wasn't raised by folk from Mississippi because they were
Well, that
told
could
you,
very
look,
well be. That's really besides the
look.
point. It's really telling on me. Unfortunately, I tend to be very formal. My parents were kind of like that. Like my immediate family, like even my sister, and my sister's probably the only one. Like I'm probably my truest self around my sister, more so than my parents, more so than even my brother. Certainly outside that immediate circle, I've known her longer uh, other than my parents, I've known her longer than anyone else. We grew up together. We even like fucking curse. Dude, I don't censor my language around her. I even do it around my younger brother.
Look,
I just know
Stan,
her. Right.
I'm telling you, whoever that girl was, she was not
Oh,
raised.
she was a woman.
Okay, she was a woman. Somebody might have told her about womanhood, but when it comes down to the South, look, the staple of the South is no trespassing signs. Shit, look, the staple of the South is no trespassing sign. You will literally get your ass lit up for coming to somebody's house, especially in 2026. Everybody got phones. Why are you popping up to somebody's house? You got all this social media you can look at. You got all this Facebook you can look at, but you ain't called nobody phone before you knocked on their door. People are scared of every goddamn thing right now. What is you knocking on my door for unannounced? Because I think so the devil is coming behind you. When you do that, after spout of the blue, just coming up, man, I don't do that. I'm standing outside right now. Man, people can't look, people can't knock on my door. I got cameras and where I can see you. I be having to recharge the batteries all the time because cars be parked coming through. And then you can say something, I can hear you on the outside of my house. Man.
All right. Well,
No.
let's get back to this. Folks, the link is actually pinned. I see Chocolate. Chocolate, come on up here, ma'am.
True, you can't have a great country without.
Let me drop
free
down
and
because they
fair
don't want to come
elections.
up. They don't want to
Fraud
come
like
up while
this
I'm
should
up here.
mean a
They don't know what
revocation.
Oh, wait, hold it. What? They might come up because you're up here.
No, I'm saying they don't want to. A lot of these people in
Who
these
is
spaces.
they? Let me ask you a better question. Do you think I give a fuck? No, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't leave. If they can't deal with you and me, then they just don't come up. This channel doesn't fucking you. This channel
like the
doesn't
way
work
you
that
do
way.
it. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't trying to, cause a lot of these YouTube content
Chocolate.
creators, they have platforms to where they try to shun people out, or they try to run folks off in order to have conversation with certain people, and they underhandedly deem people unworthy of speaking. So I'm not that person.
Oh, really?
So I look, I have never needed anything from anybody on YouTube. Look, my job don't even require me to be at work all day. So for all this stuff, like when they be trying to down people, I don't have these people problems. Shit, I was born into what I'm into. Get what, Stan? My people told me, man, I know you did what you did in certain parts of your life and trying to become rich. Only thing you got to do, why you do that? Only thing you got to do is wait on us to die. my uncles and my mama and them tip. Only thing you got to do is wait on us to die and carry on what we got.
Well, let me just
So I
cut
ain't
this
got any
short and
problem.
make it real simple.
So
I get to decide who's up on this panel. If I like you, I like you. If I don't, I don't. I don't, you know, I you stay here till you decide to go. Other people don't get to decide whether you go or stay. You do.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Chocolate.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Oh,
Still at it
still
with
still
the
trying to slog through this Donald Trump stuff.
Okay, I had to go catch my news, and I burnt my hand, like I told you guys earlier,
Are
and
you better? Did you get
it's
it?
looking
Did you
quite
draw a
ugly.
blister?
Yeah, it's about to change. Here, hold on, because
Oh my
I
Lord.
I don't know if you guys can see it or not. You see
Oh,
it?
wait, hold on. What's that? Let me put you up on the big screen.
Oh gosh.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, shit.
it's
How'd you do that?
yeah.
That's big.
I know. I stuck my hand in the oven. I had the other
Oh
glove,
my
and
God.
I forgot I
Why
didn't
weren't you
have
using an
this
oven mitt?
glove. I used one on the one hand, but I didn't. It was kind of like this quick move. And then as my hand came up, pulling out the dish, it touched
Mhm.
the top of the oven. So yeah.
Oh
But
man,
we okay.
that does
Nothing
look
got burnt
painful.
down.
Why don't you get
It is
some ice?
quiet. I did. I got some cold water. I got ice. All that good stuff. I'll be fine. I gave myself last year, I gave myself third degree burn. So I mean, I guess I'm on like a race, I guess.
Well,
I don't even know why.
I hope what you were baking is good.
It is. It's good. It's
Don't
good. We got
don't tell
turkey
me you got
meat.
burned like that for tater tots.
Oh, never. I was making a marzetti. So
Oh,
yeah, with the
really?
penne noodles and yeah. And I
Well,
just got too
damn, all
happy in
fancy.
the oven and I'm bougiero. That's all.
Well,
I'm
you
just
know,
playing. But
actually,
anyway, back
like baked
yeah.
pasta like that, I haven't done it in quite a while. Maybe I'll do that this weekend.
Oh, I love baking pasta. Like it just is so
Well,
I don't
did
know,
you
you can do
use
more things.
what is it? I'm getting old. So, I also discovered that, you can
Mm-mm.
take like a box of regular noodles, penne, or, whatever, ziti. And
Yeah, yeah.
if it's like a cheese, like a dairy-based
Uh-huh.
recipe, you don't have to boil the noodles. Just make sure that the milk and cheese and all that stuff, all the
Right.
noodles are submerged, and it just takes care of itself. So, dude, that stuff is good. It's
Now
it's more a winter thing for me, but
and what's so crazy is I love cooking more in the summer. I don't want to go too
really,
far off the beaten path. Huh?
do you
What was
ever
you talking
grill?
about? Oh gosh, yes. I love
Mhm.
to grill. I like
Yeah, I
that
would
was how
think,
I gave
in the
myself
summertime.
the third degree burn from last year.
Mhm.
It was an accident. I
Well, I
I don't know
hope
why I
so.
thought this was I'm not going no further just to say it was an accident. And then but that was the best bacon I'd ever had in my life. Like it was so good. So best. Me and Roscoe was like so pleased. So good. Okay, I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I years ago, I had a friend when I lived up on the mountain in Northern Virginia. He had converted his garage, part of it, into like an actual bar. Like there were seats, bar stool, shelves for the liquor and all this stuff, but the other half was still a garage. So he was in there repairing a Harley Davidson, and I'd really never even been on a Harley. So I was wearing shorts and just like sneakers, that sort of stuff. And I wasn't thinking. So, I hop up on that Harley and he had just shut it off. and the fucking mufflers were like blistering hot. And I touched, the inside of my right leg to it. Ooh boy. I don't think it was third degree, but dude, I still have the scar.
Oh
So
yeah, the second.
yeah,
You got you a good second one.
oh man, it hurt, but I think I'd had some tequila or something, so I wasn't, it didn't hurt until the next morning.
I think I'm in
So,
the same place. I told you that I also partaked in what the earth offers us and to help with the pain, you know. So
well,
I'm good. So please, please
tomorrow
overlook
or when
me.
we
Y'all got
talk again, I have a
it.
funny story about what the earth partakes, but
Yes.
not for tonight's show. Not for me. It's a sister's story, my sister. But
Nice. Okay.
when you get our age, she just turned 60 this week. So
That's
who cares what
great.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's awesome. You
Yep.
couldn't tell
Known
me
her known her
nothing.
for 60 years.
That's a long time. Just like me and my sister. Shoo. We've been 6 years difference. She knows how to. She the only person in the world know how to drive me crazy. Well, because my mother's gone, but outside of that, yeah, she don't
Well,
wow.
it's funny, over the years, we've learned not to drive each other crazy.
You're right. And that is exactly where we are now. Now we know what, each other's triggers are. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on all of that. And I feel very thankful and I feel blessed that I have a sister like
Good
my
for
little
you.
sister. Yeah, she's a really good person. And I like
Yeah,
to
I hear her talking in the
definitely,
background. One day, tell her to come on the show.
what, she's so funny too, because she's like, I don't know how you do it. She doesn't like that I come up on the panel.
Really?
She
Why?
thinks that they're
She
beneath
thinks she
me
thinks
or
YouTube
that
content creators are low class, right?
the crew that I sometimes hang out with. But like I told her, I'm part of this because I understand. Like these my people. I enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I don't enjoy the banter or talking or having kind of like that. I don't know, just a camaraderie a little bit. Nothing
Mhm.
too heavy. It's just that sometimes the arguments do get out of hand, and she hears my side, right? But I'll tell her go back and listen. I'll tell you why I got loud. Right. So she
Well,
understands me in certain areas of it. But I mean it's a gamble. Let's just say that.
the funny thing is you're one of the more measured people. It just depends. Now I don't
Hey,
watch your every
no.
time you're on YouTube. But
Yeah,
last
I got you.
night I couldn't sleep, so I went up on RLM's panel,
Oh, she was up.
and
Okay.
believe it or not, well, she and I had a little tiff, and
Oh
somehow or another
no.
it's gotten repaired. But I actually had a good time up on that panel. Now,
Good.
yeah, I actually like her. When she puts her foot down, I think she has learned over the years that you can't let some of these weirdos, and they tend to be weirdo males. You can't let them run
Uh-huh.
amok. They will fuck up
No.
your show. They will ruin
On
the
your
vibe.
channel and then turn around and talk about you. Like I have
That's
witnessed this.
exactly
Like
right. They will turn around and talk about you.
so I'm like, yeah. And that's why some people would think I'm harsh, but I don't do that. When I'm having panels or there are people up there and you come up there on some craziness, no, bye-bye. Nope.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Take care.
Yeah.
Because I'm just not, you know.
No,
But your
I think
regular,
that you
you
gotta
let them get
control it.
away, you know?
Right.
Yeah. And like I said, I enjoy the different conversations I've had. I've been in different, parts of YouTube, parts I'm still in. But like I said, I still, from time to time I like coming out here and it it encourages me to do my own lives in the sense of I do want to get my channel monetized at one point. And I used to be like very consistent and I got away from it and got out of it. And so I'm kind of easing my way back in. So yeah, that's why I like to come up on the panels and just talk and see what's going on and move on from there. But all the bull, all the silliness, all the I don't like you, you don't like me stuff, nah, I ain't on that. I ain't on that.
Hey,
That's
by
silly.
the way, Mr. Shonery, where is he? He was here somewhere. Dude, Con Shonery, you're dentally challenged. Dude, I killed Leonard last night. I have to figure out how that's like the best show title in my YouTube history. Dude, I
What?
killed Leonard. Dude, I just took it's one of the few times that I'm not like a comedian type of person, but sometimes you just like you're riffing off of stuff. Dude, I was slapping his dumb ass around and it was hilarious.
I ain't seen
So
Leonard in a minute.
oh,
Wow.
he was up on RLMs. He's one of the regulars there. And my buddy Con, he gave me some ammunition. Dude, it was
Oh
I might
no.
actually review it tomorrow. It was so funny.
Oh,
Thank you,
man.
Con. Dude, you gave me a weapon. I
Oh,
got him
hey, I
so
want
upset. I started making jokes about flossing, like he does it. All he needs to do is rinse. He doesn't need to floss. So he literally
oh God.
started
Y'all
showing
is
all
wild.
the stuff that he flosses with. Dude, it was hilarious. I just got him so off kilter. Whoo boy, it was fun.
Why would you
I
be
don't get that.
showing your dental care in an
Oh,
argument?
because
I'm just I can't.
you know what? Leonard,
Oh,
and then they started taking his side. Oh, well, Leonard, he's been through rough time. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I was in the military
oh
too. You
wow.
sign up for that sort of stuff.
Oh, the hypocrisy of it all.
I probably, I
Seriously.
probably, I
Not
probably
I'm
shouldn't
just
have
saying
done it,
like
but
how the no, not to what you're saying. I'm talking about the swaying of the audience, you know? They'll
um,
in one
you know
breath
what?
be like, "Oh,
Honestly,
we like
I've
it,"
stopped
but
caring. I've stopped caring about it unless it's
of
my show.
course.
Like if I'm on another panel, um,
Yeah.
it's really I'm a horrible person sometimes. I'm like, dude, all I want to do is win, but I want to do maximum damage while I win. I just want you to hurt. Rhetorically, of course. But like I said last night, I never throw the first punch. Um, throw a punch, and my reaction will be overwhelming, or at least the best I can do. Don't punch,
Oh
and I won't
my.
punch. Yeah, well, it's that testosterone talking. I know you hate it.
No, I don't hate it. I mean, if I hated it, I wouldn't like men. Like that wouldn't work. But
I guess.
all I'm saying is, uh, you know, I apologize. My hand's hurting. I'm probably going to
Aw,
have to
I'm so
go.
sad. Have you taken
No.
anything like ibuprofen or anything?
Yeah, I did. I took a couple. I don't like taking them, but I
Really need
took
to
some.
put some ice on it.
I've been putting this my frosty water bottle on it because I don't have any bags and I don't have any ice.
Aw,
So it's just freezy. No, it's okay.
all right. Well, let's get back to
I'll
the
keep you.
man of men.
Yes. If I
The
have to
the
go, I'll
the
chat you in the back. I'll be in the
okay.
chat. Mm.
All
All
right.
right.
So let's go back to the man in chief.
Their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors,
NBC
senators,
and
members
ABC did not air this.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. If you guys didn't know.
Yeah, this is ESPN. I usually Trump has
C-SPAN?
believe. Well,
Did you
what
say
did I say?
ESPN or
ESPN. I meant
C-SPAN?
C-SPAN. My
You
bad.
said no. I
I'm
like.
sorry.
Don't be. It's the end
Now,
with an end though.
Trump
That's
has
good.
the White House has a YouTube channel, by the way.
I know.
Generally when I watch Trump, it's either C-SPAN or
Yeah. ESPN.
YouTube's WhiteHouse.gov
I
channel.
got it.
Mainly because, even I tend to, be wary of copyright strikes. And generally, if it's like a government YouTube site or C-SPAN, I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no. I watch C-SPAN.
Yeah.
So I got you.
Well, this won't be too much longer.
Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do?
Yeah, good
unless
luck
you
with
want
that.
to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill.
No. I'm sorry. I know you don't have a little bit left. I'm so amazed
Well, no, that's fine.
by the I don't know if did you ever watch the Superman, like the old like Legion of Doom and all of them? Did you ever watch that as a kid?
You mean the comic
Like
books?
with yeah. Like
Yeah,
Spider-Man
back in
and
the 70s, I was never
yeah.
much Marvel. I was more DC, though Spider-Man was
Gotcha.
one that I liked. So Legion of
Yeah.
Doom, Legion of Superheroes, I remember all that.
The reason I say that is because I call it bizarro because it feels that way. And it's only a few people that get that, that reference. But yes, it feels as though Bizarros, the Legion of Doom, is running the country. That's how it
Well,
feels to
I'm
me
gonna be
sometimes.
honest. It's really weird. I think this was inevitable. I think
Oh yeah.
I think Trump is possibly the most American president, possibly in the modern era. He is, you remember he said it several times. He said, I am your retribution or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He is literally the most American president. He is the worst of us. And this is
Yes,
why
and that's what.
I
Thank
don't
you for saying so.
right.
No, the
I
analogy,
don't
not you got it.
I honestly, and I say it, and I've been kind of chastised about it by people in the chat and stuff like that. Um, every single Trump voter is responsible for this. Um, in 2 years, he has literally uh, trashed America's prominence on the
Mm-hmm.
world stage. This Iran
Oh, I
thing,
agree.
dude, this
Ugh,
this dude is so incompetent as commander in
ugh.
chief. And Hegseth, have you heard?
Oh my.
Hegseth literally wants to require military members to
Yes.
get their T levels, their
Texas.
testosterone, and
Yes.
if it's below a certain level, he's gonna make testosterone treatments. Uh, well, he says
Now
they're
there's
not going to
the
be
other part.
mandatory, but he's going to make them
Oh, I do.
available. Dude, does he in the military? They're going to find out if some little private somewhere has a low T level. Dude, those people they're going to be ostracized.
Oh my gosh.
Hegseth, Hegseth needs to go immediately for even thinking about
And
this.
for all of the things that he's done, but especially not like this
Dude,
is a
you're gonna
dude
have
that was
to
on what is it, ONN?
it's like low T.
ONN? Jeez. Somebody check his testosterone levels. I want to know about his
Well,
first.
did you see yesterday's show? The thumbnail for from yesterday's show has him drinking like dude was drunk as
I
shit. Dude's a
did. I
drunkard.
did. I saw that. You haven't
That's right.
seen
You were here.
what's his name? Patel. He done disappeared.
Oh, Cash Patel, that's even worse.
Yes. And he's in charge of the FBI.
Yeah. Look,
Special.
I just think that we just have to hold on tightly to the rails.
Yeah.
Trump
better.
more than likely, I don't think Trump's 80. I'll just leave it at that.
And I was getting ready to say I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, dude is just
Yeah.
bad news for America.
Well, we have to take Stephen too now. Stephen, I still want to
Stephen
keep an
Miller,
eye
I
on
don't.
him.
You know what?
Mhm.
I'm not that worried about Stephen Miller. Once Trump is done, he's probably he's going to be basically unemployable.
I doubt it.
Because
Because you
I
still
don't
have
think
people
I
that
actually doubt
will
it because
run with him, though.
I don't think the Republicans are going to win in 2028. We got 2 more years of destruction left.
No, I don't know. Can we take it? I feel like
You know
the
what?
vote has already
America
started.
moved through the Civil War and World War II. The Trump administration, in my opinion, rises to that level.
I agree with you on that.
War.
I hope to see us all on the other side. That's all I'm saying. Can we all make it to the other side of this? This will be the only time I'd be like, fast forward. Can we? But if we don't, nothing changes for us. We just fast forward this part.
Yep. Well, let's
The
finish
drugs
this
are
out.
kicking in. Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh,
go.
good.
I'm gonna go in the chat.
I, w-
Yes.
I wish I could. I wish I could smoke some with you.
Well, you're more than welcome. We'll have to. Some of my homegrown. So.
Nice.
Mhm.
Requires
Yeah.
that all
All right.
voters must show photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo, voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
That was President Trump from the White House. He went just about 26 minutes. He outlined a number of issues that he said were problems with the 2020 election, including what he calls massive vulnerabilities in the U.S. election system. We're getting your reaction to the president's speech.
You know what? Let's skip ahead to MSNBC. The loyal opposition.
And other reports
Watching
proving that our
President Donald
government
Trump
has long
deliver a
known
speech to the country where you heard him portray an intelligence community that he is portraying as hiding information from him. There is no evidence of that. We're going to talk with somebody who is actually working in the FBI about that. We're also going to talk to Ken Delanian about all of his reporting about the past year. I also just want to note, because I noted this earlier, but the intelligence community under Trump during his first term put out a declassified report. And in it, they said, we have no indications that any foreign actor attempted to alter any technical aspect of the voting process. Again, that's according to a declassified report on the 2020 election from back when John Ratcliffe was the director of national intelligence. Trump is talking in part, and I want to turn to you here, Michael. He's talking in large part here about raw intelligence. They can be tips, they can be just calls that come into the FBI. A lot of those are just thrown out, thousands of them, even on a daily basis. Explain to people watching who just heard him kind of portray a universe where the intelligence community is hiding information from him, how this actually works, why raw intelligence wouldn't be even presented to a candidate or put out publicly.
Yeah, so the intelligence community collects easily hundreds of thousands of data points any given day. They collect it from human spies. They collect it from signals intelligence. They collect it from electronic signatures and environmental variables in any given geographic area. And a lot of what they get turns out not to be true. So if I call the CIA or I call the
Let me just say this. Okay, in my opinion, and this is just me inferring from this very puerile speech, Donald Trump is declaring war on the voters. He is basically saying, hey, America, you're under the sway of China, and you can't be trusted to to show integrity when you vote. We don't trust you is what he's saying. And, you know, there will be plenty of MAGA blacks and just MAGA minions just going, oh, he's right. Dude, the motherfucker is telling the same people that he's giving no tax on tips, hey, have some no tax on tips, but I can't trust you. I can't trust your integrity to vote. This thing about, you know, presenting voter ID, he doesn't get to control that, and Save America is gonna wind up in court, and Congress is dragging its feet because they know it's unconstitutional. Trump is the worst president ever, at least in modern history. He just doesn't measure up.
FBI with a tip. There is a record, a documentation of what I said. But that doesn't mean it's been verified. That doesn't mean it's been analyzed. And most importantly, that doesn't mean that it's true. So what we could be seeing happening here is essentially they take all the conspiracy theories that made their way to the intelligence community, were looked at, vetted, found wanting, and therefore jettisoned. And they're declassifying those, but potentially not declassifying the information that disproves it. And we're really at a point where, because of the nature of the individuals heading these agencies, we can't take their words at face value anymore. And to the extent that he's alleging a deep state cover-up, it's really important to note every single thing he is describing happened during his first administration. So if the intelligence community was against him, which I don't believe, having worked in it at the time, and if people were obfuscating what was actually going on or selectively editing the president's daily brief, those were the people he picked and put into power. So unless he's going to start blaming his own appointees instead of the career professionals who did their job like apolitical patriots every day of their careers, there's no reason we should take anything he's saying right now seriously.
He also said something, and this struck you, I knew, Ken, when we were watching here together, about access to voter files. Now, I worked in politics long enough to know you can buy voter files. That's what state parties do, and it works differently in every state. But talk to me about your reaction to that, because he made it seem, again, like it was a big conspiracy, and we're here to kind of break down all of the BS around that.
100%. And that goes to what he's trying to do here. He's creating this perception that there's this deep state conspiracy, so that even if some of the things he said were true, they don't mean what he's saying they mean. And for example, this issue, he's told us that the Chinese have obtained 220 million U.S. voter files in 18 states, either bought, stolen, or hacked.
No,
so you just said,
he didn't
a lot
say
of these
220 million,
rules
because there aren't 220 million voters, for starters. He said 220,000, which, who cares?
Are available for download. They're not secret records. Just because you obtain a voter record doesn't mean that you've hacked into an election system or changed the result of an election or are in a position to commit voter fraud. What the Chinese are doing, as Michael knows but probably can't talk about, with this information, they for years have been gathering personal information on Americans. Remember, they hacked in the federal personnel database years ago. They've hacked into health insurance companies. They're doing
The
that
2012 campaign.
100%. They're doing that not to change elections in the United States. They're doing that to compile a database so that they can identify American intelligence officers, so that they can target business people for exploitation, so that they can do the things that their intelligence agencies want to do. But as you just said, the intelligence community looked very hard at this, and they saw no evidence in 2020, and nothing Donald Trump said contradicts that China tried or did anything to change the result of an election in any state. What they did was they mounted an influence operation, as did Russia, was trying to get Donald Trump elected, and Iran was disfavoring Trump and favoring Biden. China, this report said, was relatively neutral, may have leaned against Trump in some instances, but they've been doing that for years. They're doing that right now. That's not the same as changing votes or hacking into voting machines.
This is also part of, this speech is not happening in a vacuum. I think everybody watching knows that. It's a part of ongoing efforts here to poke to poke questions into our voting system, to put questions into how the systems have operated in the past. Walk through with us. I guess both of you could help us here. All of the other things that are happening. There's the SAVE Act that he's trying to push through. There's the effort to seize voting machines, as he did in Fulton County. What else are you seeing as a former law enforcement officer here in terms of what tools he's using?
So the biggest thing that alarms me was a statement that Todd Blanche made some weeks ago in public on the record, where he said he saw no problem with armed federal agents, in particular ICE, being at polling places. That is against the law. When I was carrying a badge and a gun on behalf of the United States, we were warned every 2 years, do not display anything identifying yourself as a federal law enforcement agent, even when you go vote in your personal capacity. There is such an noxious history of law enforcement being used to suppress votes during the Reconstruction and Jim Crow eras that eventually a statute was enacted preventing us from being anywhere near a polling place. The fact that Todd Blanche misstated the law to the American public in an effort to allow armed agents to be at polling places is really alarming to me, because aside from voter intimidation, I fail to see what legitimate purpose they could serve.
And of course,
you can.
Well, the other major thing that's going on is this massive FBI investigation that you referenced, where they seized the ballots and 600 boxes of voting records in Fulton County. And now, as I reported recently, Kash Patel has ordered a surge of FBI analysts to do records checks in this case. And he set a deadline of the 17th of July. We don't know why he set that deadline. We don't know exactly what these people are doing. There's been reporting that they're trying to do signature matching. It looks like they're on the hunt for anything they can say about fraud in that election. If one or two non-citizens voted in Georgia, but nobody thinks that there was meaningful fraud such that would change 12,000 votes, and that was the margin in that race. And Republicans in that state investigated this many times over, and they found no evidence of that. And yet here you have the FBI devoted to that. And to me, that's not really about 2020. That's not changing. That's about sowing doubt in American elections going forward, and that's what he's doing tonight.
Certainly a big part of it. I just want to bring Chris in, because Chris has been listening to this while we've all been talking about what we just heard. Chris, thank you for listening to it, first of all. What have you heard over the last, I guess, 10 minutes or so since we called out of that speech that's disturbing to you? What stuck out to you?
Well, it got worse. I mean, in a little bit, it's a little bit like trying to argue with like a raving crazy person standing naked next to you on the subway claiming they're Jesus Christ, that they're not actually Jesus Christ. Like, well, you know, Jesus Christ was born 2,000 years ago and you're standing like it's so off the table of what is, you know, plausible, rational. But one of the really insidious sections right after we got out is him basically saying, essentially, I'm paraphrasing here, that a whole bunch of foreign entities, Iran, China, I think North Korea, have the ability, the capability of essentially a mass hack of the voter system to change over votes. Now, my understanding is that that's just
that was
completely
weird.
not true. There is no assessment of that. I'm not an expert in cybersecurity, but what's insidious about that, right, is he's creating the rationale to claim a loss is the result of some hack, right? That's very clearly what this is about, right? So he's trying to undermine confidence in the system. He's trying to create some sense that there's vulnerabilities there so that in the future, a loss he can say was the result of this nefarious foreign actor. And it's very clear that that's what that section of the speech is trying to do.
No question. I mean, it is trying to lay the predicate for the future. It is trying to rewrite the past. They're all completely related.
All right. Well, you know what? I think that this is the end of this wonderful show. I had a good time. So, gonna go grab a sandwich and might even go over to RLM's. I see she's live, and I'll listen. I see American Man's up there and some other just weirdos. Not sure if that's going to be my crowd, but I'll listen a little bit. See Gabriel's on. That could be weird too. Let's see what we got here. Who is up there? Let's see. Is C Moore there? I need to go and mock him. So anyway, folks, I will be back at the normal time tomorrow. Kyle and I had a good time, and thank you once again for that dentally challenged joke. Dude, I got some mileage out of it. It was just awesome. That's got to be the best joke or premise to build jokes around. Damn, dude, you hit a home run with that one. Bobby, salute. Dirty, salute. Chocolate, my darling Chocolate, salute to you. And you too, King Rooster. I will see everyone tomorrow.